All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Sorry for the wait. Thank you for waiting. Today we got a special stream today. Very, very special stream today. Oh, I forgot to hit record. All right. For those of you who were watching in the past, sorry, I forgot to hit record. So luckily I didn't really start the stream yet, but I hit record now. But yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I guess I'll wait for a few other people to come in here before I introduce myself. What's up, Crescendo? Jacob, GX, and thank you, Arson. I'm still in the mod chat VC. That's hilarious. Thank you. Let me get out of that VC. All right. Yo, Phil. So you know what's funny? Like there are a lot of instruments in here, but like I actually want to chat if y'all can like, is there like look at these instruments right here, right? Like there's a lot here, right? And the problem is I'm gonna spend time organizing them. You know what? Before I even do my proper like introduction, I'm just gonna spend time like doing the boring housekeeping stuff, so that we can just like go straight into it. Because like again, stuff was just like not, yeah, it's just really weird. So I gotta add sopranino and I gotta add bass sax. I was gonna add C melody sax too. I mean, I might as well. I could add C melody sax. I literally could do that. But I need to find like a square image. Maybe for C melody, I can just put a picture of Frankie Trumbauer. Maybe that's like the best. Maybe that's like the best C melody image. Like it probably just makes the most sense. Yeah, here we go. Let's do that. It doesn't need to be big. It's fine. Like we all know what it is. So save image. Frankie. Let's put Frankie. Okay. So let's add. There we go. Look. He's there. There we go. C melody. Oh, it's a great picture, bro. It's a great picture. I forgot how good beach plum is. Oh my goodness, that's so good. Amazing. Just freaking delicious. Okay. So yeah, I gotta order this stuff. Is that Ariana Grande as the vocal? What? How did I just realize that? Okay, I gotta reorganize this stuff again, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna do this very sloppily. Like, I just want to get the instruments like organized in a certain way to make it a lot easier to like talk about, like to know what I'm looking at, to know how many instruments, all that type of stuff. Because they're kind of just all scattered in here. So we're just gonna like do that, if that's okay with you guys. Yes, there is a bass sax here. Freaking oboe and English horn. Yeah, the English horn's over here. I don't know what kind of flute this is. Tin whistle. Beautiful. Okay. Didgeridoo, because you know that is why not? Why not rank a didgeridoo in the current jazz meta? Because who knows? I mean, y'all down there in Australia cooking up something that I don't know about. All right, let's put this here. I mean, I just found what I did was I just found whatever tier list has the absolute most amount of instruments in it. and then like we can add to it. I figured that would just be like the easiest thing to do, right? To me, put all the percussion like if we're gonna C melody, right? Piccolo, Piccolo, Gohan. Drums. This is once this is done, I promise this will be a lot easier. What about the one note flute? Joe Beam. Timpani, because why not? Weren't there quads here? Yeah, quads. Work on your quads. Ocarina. Alright, then put the string instruments together. Keyboard and mallet instruments can go together, basically. String instruments can go together. I'm not exactly picky about what kind of order they're going to be in, but as long as they're just like together, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Ukulele bass. Wow. And this is a lute, right? Or an oud? It's a lute. Yeah, so it's a lute. But one of these is an oud. There's an oud somewhere. I saw it. Yeah, this is a freaking oud. Yeah. Pipe organ. Because we all love a good bebop pipe organ. Nothing like it, I tell you. Put the lap steel guitar over there. I don't like including slide guitar. It doesn't really make sense. It's just a guitar, but with a different application. Doesn't really, but I get it. Sitar is different enough as an instrument, though. He's over here. This is an instrument that I can't pronounce. I'm just going to call it the Mongolian erhu. Because that's basically what it is. We're going to put the violin and the viola up here. This is a ukulele. And that's a ukulele bass. I don't know why ukulele bass would be included, but someone in the chat said put iwi, and I agree. Let's look up an iwi image. All the keyboard instruments are together, right? The kind of mallet keyboard string instruments. I think everything is kind of lined up now in a decent way. Wait, no, not yet. Let's put this over here. Put the Chapman stick over here. Harpeggi. Would the harpeggi be a keyboard or a string? I guess it's a string instrument. It's a string instrument. Banjo's over here. Regular guitars over here. It should be like first of the guitar stuff. Yeah, I think that's fine. So now let's add some stuff. So iwi, right? Let's do the 4000 is the most iconic. So let's just put an iwi 4000 as the picture. This is like probably the best picture I can find right now. Not save link. I should just put Carlos's face. Not copy image. I'm going too fast. Save image. There we go. All right. Iwi. Flugelhorn's already on there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right here. Flugelhorn's already here. We're good. Yeah, we are in the modern meta. We got to put the modern instruments in the modern meta. You are absolutely 100% correct. Is there anything? Quika. I mean, let's put a lot of the miscellaneous percussion in percussion. I think that works. Oh yeah, like Hammond B3, right? Yeah. This is a PNG image. Will it let me upload it? Oh, it's already saved. Oh, okay. No, because I gotta. I'm stupid. Okay. Hammond. All right. Piccolo's already here. I hate doing this. I know this sucks, but let's make conga. I mean, conga and bongo. They're not the same instrument. I mean, forget it. We could put congas. Congas are not bongos, so that is super fair. Bongos. Sorry, congas. Okay, let's do. Is there like a square image? This is a square image. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. Thanks so much for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. Thank you for that for saying that. We will be in touch. Jaw harp apologist is crazy. Okay. Congas. Okay. Are you happy, percussion people? So for all intents and purposes, as I was telling Arson earlier, I'm putting Rhodes, Whirly, all that stuff in the electric keyboard category. I know they're not all the same, but we're gonna put them there so that the tier list doesn't get clogged up. We got melodica here too. Pipe organ. Iwi is here. There's a bunch of freaking saxophones, guys. I put every range, every like currently played range of the saxophone. Clave is crazy. Yeah, anything more get later? Yeah, sure. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, let me do my formal introduction. Hello, guys. Welcome to a very special video. This is the jazz instruments tier list for the current meta, which is the 8.5 patch 8.5. I've talked a little bit in the past about patch 8.0, but we'll get to explaining what exactly all the patches are for those of you who are not familiar a little later. But just a little bit about myself. My name is Patrick Bartley. Legally, it's Patrick Bartley Jr., and I'm a competitive jazz saxophonist. I've been playing competitive jazz officially for about, I guess in terms of like my actual competitive jazz career has been, you can say about 15 years, but I've had experience at least in kind of like semi-pro, semi-competitive era for just about 17 or 18 years. But I started my competitive journey to want to become a competitive jazz saxophonist in about, Lord, like 22 years ago. And I decided I really wanted to go for it when I moved to New York to join the burgeoning 8.0 meta, which of course was like really in full swing, no pun intended, in 2011. So for the past 15 years, I've been doing that, and you know, I have a lot of experience playing with some of the top competitive players in this music, in this meta specifically, and of course across a lot of different metas. That's the cool thing about what I do, is that I also have a lot of experience playing through basically every meta of jazz. I don't discriminate on metas. I mean, there's a lot of people that want to specifically play one type of patch, and that's fine. Like that's why those patches exist, for those people to play. But I just like the game, and it's quite unusual for people to be able to kind of play through all the different patches. But because I have a lot of experience playing from patch 1.0 up until the current patch 8.0, 8.5 is where we're at right now. You know, I think I have at least a bit of experience and authority to talk about making a tier list like this. And I'm hoping that you all will be able to, after looking at this tier list, if you are a competitive player yourself or want to have more of an edge in the competitive meta for playing jazz, hopefully this tier list will give you kind of an insight in how you can choose the type of instruments that will give you the biggest edge in the meta if you haven't really started, or if you already are a competitive player, you can understand how you can make use of the advantages your instruments had and maybe like look at some of the disadvantages and kind of, you know, look into how you can not let those be as much of a hindering factor for you in this meta so you can still survive. So, I mean, it's like, you know, this can be a lot of different things. You know, this could be a lot of different things, but basically the way I want to look at this tier list for everyone is, what are the instruments that, because remember, this is competitive. If you're a casual player, tier lists don't matter. You shouldn't be looking at tier lists. But if you are a competitive player, what are the instruments here that are going to basically give you the edge? And the way we're going to be judging is, let's explain the tiers for a little bit. So we got from S, A, B, C, and D, and we don't have an F tier. We just have a just give up tier. So basically, if your instrument ends up here, don't take it personally. But it basically just means that like you don't have any viability. You need to, if you're going to be in this tier, if your instrument falls in this tier, the amount of hurdles that you have to go through in order to survive as a musician in today's world, the amount you listen. We love underdog comebacks. But the reason why this it may be a meme. It is. You know, I don't literally mean to give up. It just means that, like, if your instrument is going down here, the amount of things that you have to do just to keep up, we're not even talking about to excel, but just to keep up is not worth it. It's just not worth your time. It's not worth other people's time. And there are other things you can do. You should at least, basically every instrument from at least D and up has viability, some type of viability. It has a place in the scene. There's like a place that it has in the jazz scene, but the most viable instruments are going to be basically from B and up. That being said, for those of y'all who don't understand the patches, let me explain what the patches are. And I have my patch list right here. It's not on the screen yet, but let me try to find a way to put it on the screen for you all. See here. And then I'll explain them. Or you know what? I can just tell them to you right now, and then I'll put it up so you can see it. That way it can seem more like a story. I have to spoil it. So all of the patches in jazz that I'm calling, all the things in jazz that I'm calling patches, like kind of dev patches, are things that throughout the years from jazz's establishment, like when the game was actually created, when the music was created, when the game first launched and people called it jazz, what we're looking at here is the types of patches that were decided on and voted on by the community so that the devs could actually implement these changes when they realized that certain things were either OP or certain things were too weak or just the people wanted the game to change. So if we're going from the beginning, patch 1.0, the very first, we're talking about ragtime / no meta. That's basically what 1.0 is. The game just dropped. A lot of musicians were still not calling it jazz yet. They just weren't calling it jazz. So, let me type that there. So it was kind of a free for all. You can almost think if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you can think of it as like Yu-Gi-Oh 2002 meta. You know, you can. It's not quite Smash 64. That's what we're gonna get to that later. But yeah, I mean that's patch 1.0. There's really no meta. It was a free for all. Some people were still calling what they played ragtime. They were calling it rags. It was just whatever. Patch 2.0. This is the first official real patch, because remember 1.0 there's no patch. It's just version 1.0. Version 2.0. That patch was the first ever codified jazz patch. What we have as jazz, what we come to know as jazz, started in 2.0. It was the first time that the community decided this is what we want in the music. And that's what we have to call it, the trad jazz, or NOLA, New Orleans. So you have either New Orleans, call it trad jazz, whatever, because that whole region from New Orleans, Chicago to New York, that was kind of like the trifecta of where the music was being developed the most. Aside from, of course, the developments that were happening in smaller cities that were just not recorded as well. Then 3.0 is the swing era, because this is the time where this is one of the first times that you see a meta that's not just decided on by the musicians, but by the spectators. So now you have the spectators of the music, otherwise known as the audience, deciding that they want to change as well. And the devs listen to them. And you know, games got to sell money. Games got to sell money. So we ushered in the swing era, which is an era that was more focused around the audience, more focused around the spectacle of the actual sport of playing jazz. And a lot of what we know as the traditions of the fundamentals of playing the music in a group setting would be innovated here. Because the type of group playing that was started in the 2.0 meta largely started to get dispersed throughout larger ensembles. Because now you had, you know, the great players of the day, some of the best players of the time, Duke Ellington, Fletcher Henderson, Don Redman, right? Like these are composers and arrangers, Chick Webb. These composers and arrangers took what was happening in the small group setting, right? When jazz was first just played by a couple of people, just, you know, it was kind of secluded. You know, it's like before there was no YouTube, there was no TikTok, kind of, you know, you couldn't spread the message. It was just kind of there, right? It was just kind of there. So during that time, it was hard for there to be any type of codified thing. And by the time you got to the 3.0, a lot of those sounds that were created by improvisation originally, for example, the clarinet, like playing lines behind the trumpet, strong trumpet melody, the trombone tailgating, those things were orchestrated out into multiple versions of those same instruments. So you had different ranges of the clarinet, which, you know, were like the saxophone, or different types of saxophones. You have the trumpet that was still playing the highest lead lines, and the trombone that was providing support for both of the sections. So this was still happening there. And it's very important to understand. But that was 3.0. And 4.0 was probably the most important and most impactful patch in jazz, because this was the time that the musicians took back. The musicians are taking back claim for the most part over the jazz meta, because 3.0 patch was seen as like, you can compare it to Super Smash Bros. Brawl. It was like a little too casual for most players. It felt like the 3.0 patch, the reason why it was more like Super Smash Bros. Brawl is because it felt like there were too many things that were nerfed. They took away a lot of the freedom, the movement freedom that the musicians had. They took away a lot of combo potential. Usually, like, you know, their movement was restricted to certain 8-bar sections and 16-bar sections. And they didn't really feel like they can express themselves. So they went off and they made Project Bebop, Project M. This is 4.0, Bebop. This was the musicians patch. And this patch was so popular that it survived, and most of its mark can still be found on the rest of the patches up to this day in patch 8.5. It was the absolute most influential one. So obviously, you know, with 4.0, the musicians put back in a lot of tech that they didn't have before, and they innovated on the tech that they got from both 2.0 and 3.0. It's a stack. So there's a lot of ebb and flow with these patches. Patch 5.0 is where we see the quote-unquote post-bird or hard bop era. And the reason I say post-bird is because we see the end of the bebop patch, purely bebop. We see the end of 4.0 with the most important player in the game passing, right? And that's a lot. And that was Charlie Parker. So in 1955, there was like there were a bunch of different mini patches happening, 4.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But once musicians like Art Blakey, Dexter Gordon, and of course Miles Davis started innovating with their own bands, the 5.0 patch was born, which was, who are the new musicians that are going to come up and actually take this music into another direction? And this direction was inspired a lot, again, by exploring different moods. Exploring different ways to this was one of the first eras that was actually influenced by the innovations of technology. Sound quality started to increase by the end of the 40s and early 50s. So the medium by which you could actually display, I mean, it's like graphic fidelity. When the graphics increase and the hardware increase, there's a lot more data you can actually put onto the discs. And so they quite literally put way more data onto the discs. Now, instead of just having 3.5 minute flurries and examples of virtuosity, just like quick short games, now you can have really long matches in the competitive meta. This was unprecedented. This was the first time you saw that. So players were using this to express themselves in different ways than they had before. So the most important thing about this patch was the LP. The introduction of the LP is one of the things that really changed this up, because now instead of just putting out these recordings, you now could put out concepts. Albums started to become 30, 45, 50 minutes long, depending on the fidelity of the recording. That meant that a lot of data can go on there. That's really important. So that was one of the biggest things that spurred along there, because now songs also became longer. Harmonies became longer. The groove started to become more relaxed sometimes. You can put longer choruses, multiple solos. They didn't have to be constrained. This was extremely, extremely important. So, of course, with those innovations of technology, it was only logical that the next generation would try to innovate on what that next patch was going to be, which is where 6.0 came in. 6.0 patch was the experimental meta. John Coltrane, Miles Davis, Bill Evans, the free players, the post-bop players, we call them post-bop because this was really the final form of what we know of as the post-bop era, where Bird's gone, the innovations that were there are still there, but it's time for us to do something else. We're on a new console. We're on a new system. We can't just play Melee forever. So there's something new that comes out of this. And so people are exploring more of their with people like Train and Miles, they represent two different sides, different approaches to the game, and different personalities. Miles Davis represented this more introspective, I don't want to call it insecure, but sometimes it was a little insecure mindset where it's like, there's a lot of things that I don't want to reveal about myself. I want to be more mysterious. You can't show, it's like you can't show all your combos to everybody if you're not sure, if you haven't labbed them all out yet. But also, you want to make sure that you are on top of your game, right? So the thing that Miles Davis kind of showed everybody was like, hey, we're doing a lot of stuff and y'all don't even know what we're doing. But we're constantly pushing ahead and no one could catch up. Everyone was constantly trying to catch up, but they couldn't because he wouldn't reveal his secrets. They had to kind of copy him. Train was on the other side of the spectrum, where Coltrane was it's not that he was about sharing with the community. He was about he was one of the first people that wanted to push his limits. He pushed his entire human limits. This is the first time anyone was really doing this in this way. He gave caution to the wind. He threw away any need for social validation. It wasn't about social validation. It was about playing the best music, the highest version of the music without any type of social acceptance. That was really important because no one was really doing that yet. Everyone wanted to be just a straight up famous player. They wanted all of their tech they wanted to be admired for their tech. But Train was like, no, I'm just trying to play some good, some good A Tekken. I'm trying to shut up and put my best forward. It's really interesting. So this is very important because this opened the door and the floodgates for the next patch to be patch 7.0. Patch 7.0 was another big tech patch. This is the Fusion era. By this point, so many different conventions of the previous patches were thrown out of the window because we're already so far removed from the previous patches that now we're deciding, okay, how far can we push this new technology that's coming out? Also, plane travel was becoming a lot safer and becoming a lot more common. So a lot of different cultures, a lot of different people from around the world were starting to meet up, and a lot more immigrants were also integrating into the jazz communities. So you had bands like John McLaughlin, otherwise known as Mahavishnu, with the Mahavishnu Orchestra, fusing jazz with Indian concepts. Then you also had Weather Report, which is fusing a lot of jazz with rock and Latin music concepts. You also had Herbie Hancock, fusing jazz with funk elements. There's all these different types of elements that are now changing the game as you know it to what we can call one of the last patches that we ever have that we see as a cohesive an actual community decided musical sound. This was the last time we ever saw that because as soon as we arrived on patch 8.0, now we have Smash Ultimate. Everyone is here. 8.0 was ushered in the 80s. And it's basically the current, it's not exactly the current meta that we're in right now, but it's the last stop. It's the biggest, it's the current big patch update that we're still in right now. And it's, to this day, the longest patch that we've been in. Specifically because this patch ushered in a return to the past, right? If you think about Smash Ultimate, everyone is here. That means that all genres, this is the patch that brought back all of the previous metas, the characters, stages, everything from all the previous metas came into here. And what ended up having to happen is that they needed to rework these musical ideas and concepts for the current patch because the same instruments weren't exactly there. The tech had changed. The consoles changed. Everything changed about this patch. So you couldn't port like a DX7, like a Yamaha DX7 MIDI keyboard into patch 2.0, but you could patch the music from 2.0 onto a DX7. Right? This is what patch 8.0 is all about. It's about going back to see what was missed. Because a lot of times, if you think about what was happening back then, people in 2.0 were just in the middle of it. They didn't see how far their music could go. So everything from patch 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, all of those patches were now being innovated into. They're now being explored. They're now being expanded upon. This is extremely important for understanding why patch 8.0 is the longest lasting patch here, because people finally realize that the musical exploration is infinite. There's an infinite amount of things that we can do. And that creates both an opportunity and an issue. It creates an opportunity and a problem. Just like with Smash Ultimate, as we see, right now it's hard to tell if Smash Ultimate is going to be the last game or not. When you have every single character that's ever existed in the new format now, right? Now Smash is on the Switch. It's not on, you got Mario and you got Link and you got Pikachu, you got all these different characters from Smash 64, but it's not on the old hardware anymore. It's on the new hardware. Every single character. So you basically are saying you don't have to play that hardware anymore. You can just play this hardware. Now there are purists who still want to go back. You can still find tournaments. Right now, you can still find tournaments where people are playing friendlies, right? Friendlies and competitive. Like, for example, like Mona's down on the Lower East Side. There are still venues where they go and exclusively play legacy patches like 2.0 and a little bit of 3.0. Basically 2.0 and 3.0. Nothing. They don't do 4.0. 4.0 and above is forbidden at Mona's. It's only 3.0 and under is allowed. because that's the hardware that they're playing on. A lot of people are just not even playing on modern hardware to begin with. So the thing that the issue that we have here is that we can't exactly tell when the next patch is going to come because every patch is here. Every single patch is here. So that's where it leads us here to talking about this tier list, because we need to find out what instruments are viable. What can we still do? How can we still survive in this competitive landscape? So let me explain what 8.5 is. The reason why I call it 8.5 is because one of the things that happened starting in the 90s that didn't really come to flourish fully until I would say about 10 years ago. We're now in the jazz education meta. The primary until patch 8.0, the primary way that you learn jazz was basically on the street. You basically learned it from going to the clubs on the street, and it's still the most authentic way to do it now. But one of the reasons why I decided that it's time to call for the community to usher in patch 8.5 is because we have seen the ratio flip from the amount of people that learn jazz from the street to learn jazz in school. So therefore, not only is the medium by which we're learning jazz changing, but that's also changing a little bit of the language of how we communicate the music. And it's really interesting. Like, it's a fresh new perspective, but it's still not a new community decided change in the music. We still don't know that yet. We're still in the middle of it yet, and we won't truly be able to tell what that is until time happens. But it's been 2.5 years since my last video on patch 8.0. So I think it's time for us to talk about what 8.5 is and how we can start to make adaptations for the new meta. So okay, that's basically the patch overview. That's the patch breakdown. I can put it on the screen right now so you can see it. This is basically it. And so you can see, and as you can tell, I have a 9.0 here with question marks because we don't know what that is. We just have no idea. We just have no idea. My fear is this. Because we don't know. Like, we just don't know. But as much as I don't like it, because I don't like it, I'm a competitive player. I understand, right? There's a possibility for things to go in a certain direction. We just don't know. But for right now, I keep it up to the open. That's why we do jazz education, because the people that can push the meta are always the people with the new, freshest perspective that can look back on the previous patches without a bias or rose-tinted glasses. Like, no bias against or bias for. The young people can go and look at the previous patches, just like I'm doing with these previous patches that I weren't alive for, right? Like, I wasn't alive for patch 7.0 and before, but I was alive for, the relative beginnings of patch 8.0. But we are firmly into 8.5 right now. We're firmly into that. So, but anyway, I hope that helps you. Hope that helps you understand and clear up some things about what these metas are and how the music has been affected by the respective patches. Let's talk about the tier list. So there's a couple of different things I can do with this, and this is just a random thing. This is just a random thing that I pulled up. I mean, like, some. I mean, bruh. Is that Ari? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is that freaking Ariana Grande? That's what I was like. I don't know. Like, that's vocals. That's vocals. But the way I want to approach this tier list, because I found this kind of collection of stuff just randomly here on Tier Maker, and I added a couple of instruments. And if while we're doing the tier list, if we decide that like we want to put some extra instruments in there, let's go ahead, be my guest. Let's do it. I'm down. Just let me know in the comments if you want to do that. Frank and Schoenbauer just aura farming. It's true. Do we count boom bap as jazz? I count jazz as jazz. Just jazz. You just wonder, yeah. Well, I wanted to find the most amount of instruments, because it's also, this isn't all serious. It's also kind of funny to look at some of these. Like, so basically, here's what I want to do. Let's start. I'm gonna try my absolute best absolute best to start from just give up tier all the way. You know what? Let me not. Let, I shouldn't be mad. I shouldn't be like that mean. I shouldn't be that mean. I should call it F tier, but maybe I'll change it from just give up to like. Oh wait, there is no triangle in here. You're actually right. I mean, I know I put stuff in percussion, but we should put a triangle in here. Let's put triangle. Let's put a triangle. Let's put the picture. Let's put the picture of the person holding the triangle. Cowbell. This is not a Latin jazz tier list. Are you kidding me? That instrument would be S tier. All right, triangle's down there, way at the bottom. All right, that's all we're getting right now. All right, I kind of want to do from the bottom up. So let me see. And this is, I'm gonna order the tiers later. I'm gonna order tiers as I go along. I haven't decided I haven't decided in advance. Full disclosure, I haven't decided in advance what's gonna be like what I'm not decided what exactly it is. In advance. This is just based on my experience, my 15 years of experience in the competitive meta. That's it. So let's see. What would be the just give up tier for jazz? I mean, so okay, you know what? Before we do this, are you guys interested? And maybe let's take a vote. Because it's true that legacy patches are very popular. Legacy patches are very popular, right? So I want to take a poll. Which patch are you most interested in me covering right now? And I'm going to give a couple of options. I'm going to do the most popular legacy metas in addition to this meta. All right, here we go. Vote now. In case you forgot what they are, let me put I'm going to put the metas back on the patches back on the screen. I haven't loaded anything past 6.0. I mean, here's the thing. That's one of the biggest problems with jazz education is that jazz education kind of hovers around kind of outdated hardware. And then they skip around a lot. Like most jazz school plays on 4.0 hardware while trying to teach 6.0 software. That's kind of one of the biggest issues with jazz education right now. So it's kind of impossible to prepare people for, for 8.0. Right? It's kind of impossible to prepare people for 8.0 if you're only going to be if you're never even giving the students a chance to practice on modern hardware. Like, given it's fair, it's not like 4.0 is the most widely played legacy meta. Period. It is the most widely played format. It's that's why I put the word melee here, because it's melee. It's jazz melee. 4.0 is jazz melee. I mean, it's everywhere. You can go anywhere, and if you ask someone, hey, you want to play, like, what meta you guys play? You want to play 4.0? Like, they'll probably say yeah. Like, most people are down for 4.0. There's some people that are not really down with it. The only people that are not down to play 4.0 is, again, if they're in that super legacy meta, like, only Smash 64, kind of like 3.0 and earlier. Usually not even 3.0, it's usually 2.0 and earlier. They'll be highly against that. But 5.0 and 6.0 players are usually down to play legacy 4.0. Okay, it looks like 8.5. It looks like that's what we're doing. So, okay, I'm going to end the poll. More than half of you voted on that. So let's do it. All right. Current meta. So let's explain a little bit about what the current meta is. It's a little hard to break this down because the reason why is the current state of recording technology means that there's so many instruments that previously would have not been viable in other hardware, like other metas and other patches, that are now suddenly viable because we have moved from an exclusively live, right? Like we've gone from offline exclusive meta to a primarily online meta. And because of online meta, Wi-Fi and lag, obviously those are not good things, right? And that some instruments are going to really be, some instruments, or as you could say, some characters, their combos are really affected by Wi-Fi. But the positive thing is that there are some things that can only be performed on Wi-Fi. For example, there are some instruments in here that, spoiler alert, that jump tiers from that were previously non-existent in some other metas that jump 2 or 3 tiers specifically because of Wi-Fi. So we have to keep that in mind. And that's what's like kind of really difficult to judge in this meta, but I'm going to try my best. So if that's the case, I think it's probably easier instead of to go, I guess I could just go random. Let's see. What should we start with? What should we start with here? Also, I love that like just bass drum is just an instrument. Start with Ariana Grande. Start with vocals. Okay, let's start with vocals. So again, for all intents and purposes, we're talking about competitive jazz, right? We're not talking about money making, right? Again, like you got to remember, this is not on other ends of the spectrum. This is not a tier list for success in getting your money or like a casual tier list for like just a fun instrument tier list. This is purely PvP in the meta, right? This is PvP, as in when you go and you show up to a session to play with some cats and you're trying to deal on the changes and you're trying to play in the current musical landscape that we live in right now, right? We're going to take in some, we're going to mildly take in some consideration for musical impact. We'll talk about musical impact as well. Delivery of the music, right? That's a criteria we're going to talk about too. But we're not talking about how well you're able to make money or how well you're able to generate views. We're not doing that. So if we're talking about the current meta for jazz, vocals. No, it's not going to be here. Yeah, vocals. No, no, vocals. It's really complicated because it really does depend. You know what? I want to add. So we got to think about potential versus application. All things considered about the power of the actual instrument itself, my gut is telling me to put this in A tier. I'll explain why not S tier. It might sit on the top of A tier. It might sit on the top of A tier. Also, thank you so much, Blitz, for the $5 donation. Dude, I'm living for this competitive jazz smash comparisons. I've lived both worlds, and how does it make so much sense? But so we have to put, and like I might see, I'm going in between A and B tier, and I know why a lot of you who are out there are like, why would I put vocals in A tier here? Like, why would I put vocals in A tier? If this was a jam session tier list, I'm tempted to do this. But this is not a jam session tier list. This is a jazz competitive tier list, period. Which means we're talking about the gig, guys. We're not just talking about showing up to a jam session. We're talking about in every competitive jazz environment. So let's talk about why vocals are in A tier and why I'm considering putting them A tier. Guys, what is the most important aspect and most recognizable aspect of music? If you say the word music, what will someone normally think about? Usually the melody in every single culture. Well, it's not the lyrics. I love that you all are saying that. That's great. That's a bonus. A lot of people are saying lyrics, and that's amazing. If we're talking about like modern music, or we're talking about like the non-educated person, the most recognizable, like immediately catchy thing would probably be lyrics. But the melody, we're talking about the general thing. Guys, vocals are the first ever instrument. Technically, if you want to be technical about it and slightly facetious maybe, vocals are the very first instrument. And they've had absolutely they've survived longer than any other instrument in every meta. I mean, before even jazz. We're talking about other games for other systems. Right? In other competitive things. This is like, think about it. If you have a controller, right? It's like the fight stick. The vocals are like the fight stick. Like the arcade fight stick, for those who are jazz musicians and don't know what an arcade fight stick is, like this fight stick, this joystick right here, this has survived for 40 years. We're talking 10 generations of consoles. This was the original. Not only was this the original console, this is the original controller. This was the joystick was the original controller, and it's the only controller that has survived for the entirety. We're talking about 40 something years now. This thing has survived throughout every aspect that we could think of, from every fighting game. Like, people are still using it today. It's still the primary accepted. Not only is it the primary accepted, it's also like when people think, yeah, this is, if you're like a real socially, people are just like, yeah, this is like you're a real gamer if you play a fight stick. They look at you different if you can do that. Just like the way that if you're a vocalist and you come in with like an aura and you start delivering the melody in a certain way, they look at you different. Because you can be a scrub playing this thing. You could bring this in and be a nobody and still suck. But if you come in and you dealing, you get looked at different. Plus, singers always command the attention of the room, right? So when we're talking about melody and delivering a melody, there's no better instrument to deliver a melody, just straight up melody and power of the melody, than the vocals. Vocalists have immense power. The other thing about vocals that are incredible is that they also have the ability to emulate horn players. They can actually copy the combos of other players in the game without needing to actually learn their controllers. That's crazy. They can do anything on their own because their controller is built into them. It's like a biological hack. It's like OP. It really is kind of OP. If a singer learns how to actually imitate, for example, one of the greatest players in the game of all time on this instrument, one of the greatest players was Ella Fitzgerald. Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong both pioneered that emulation strat. That was so OP, it changed music forever. It actually did change all the way we think about stuff. And a lot of horn players then went to go and realize, oh yeah, this is actually the natural way. It got to the point where, imagine if to play fighting games today, if you wanted an advantage, you had to go learn fight stick. It's gotten to the point. What other instrument do we know? Well, there actually are some others. Now we get to those instruments later. This is one of the few instruments on this list that no matter what controller you decide to spec into, you still have to learn how to do some of this if you want to get a competitive edge against your competition. Like, it has been advised throughout history, especially in jazzification, especially, we're talking 8.5 meta, especially in 8.5 meta, where we don't have direct access to those legacy players back in the day. We say if you can sing it, you can play it. Well, they can do one of those things already, and they don't have to do the second part. If you can sing it, you can just sing it. That's pretty intense. That's pretty amazing. So there's a lot of advantages to being a singer, especially it's the one thing that is recognized the most. Also, you do not have the same obligations. You don't have the same obligations as the other instruments in the band. You don't have to, even though you should, it makes you better if you do. You don't need to learn this like advanced theory, but you should. You don't need to learn certain scales, but you should. You don't need to. There's certain things you just don't need to know. If you spec into a melody only play style, you can walk into a room and sing pretty dang good melody. You can sing pretty dang on good melody, tear the house down, never scat a solo like, imitating, right? Or never scat a single solo. and you can still survive competitively because you command the room so much with the way you sing a melody. You're just good. And same thing, a lot of people are also saying stuff like the vocalists often be using half Joy-Con. Yeah, they do be using detached Joy-Cons too, and half Joy-Cons. That's very true. But that's fine because, they have other buffs, right? Vocalists also have, before I say that, people are talking about not having to carry a case. That's right. Your instrument is always on you, right? So the other thing is, like, you have an aura boost as a singer. Because humans are naturally attracted to the human voice, as soon as someone sings, there's a different type of connection you can make with the audience. So remember, in the competitive meta, the audience is usually the opponent. It's so funny, but it's true. We're talking about the audience and the listeners. And the other musicians in the room are also your opponent, but in a different way. But the audience is the opponent. You're not competing with your other musicians. You're on a, usually when you're playing with other musicians, the PvP is that's your squad. You're loading up with your squad. If you play a jam session, you're playing randoms and playing quick play. Jam sessions are just quick play. But like when you have a band, that's your team. You're not competing against your team. You're competing against the other team that you're competing against is the spectators. This is the only type of art is the only type of medium. Art is the only medium where the spectators are your opponents. Yes, well, the other musicians are a part of the audience in quick play because you can be judged very harshly in quick play. There are times in quick play where your teammates will abandon you. That does happen. If you are just being a bad teammate on stage, in the lobby, if you're a bad teammate in the lobby, you can get kicked. You can be ignored. People might stop supporting you, leave you on their own. I've seen it happen. I've seen teammates abandon a bad teammate so many times. Yeah, jam sessions are solo queue. You can, if you're trying to like game the system by just becoming famous, you can do that. You can be so bad of a team player or standard of a team player that, now in the 8.5 meta, we have cell phones and stuff like that. So, you can be documented. You can get clip farmed. Like the problem with the 8.5 meta is that there's so many things outside of the music that people are trying to do in order to game the system because people are trying to clip farm now, like back in the earlier metas, you couldn't. The only way you could document what you did is you had to there were bootleg methods, or you had to officially get a crew to document your clips, and then you couldn't edit yourself. You needed someone else to do it. But now everyone can just, the online community is just filled with clips. Yeah, flamenco. Yeah, calling people. But anyway, back to the vocals. So there are a lot of good things about vocals. Let's talk about why. If those are all good things, why are vocals on an S tier? Well, there's a couple of really blaring, obvious reasons that keep this thing just from being in there. First of all, any instrument that has these limitations cannot be in S tier. Let's talk about one of the limitations. First of all, vocalists have the ability to scat. Yes, they do have the ability to sound like other instruments. However, they have just like the trombone, which we'll get to in a second. One of the biggest issues that vocals have with trombones is that they do not have locked in partials. They don't have locked in keys. And keyless instruments make it inherently difficult to be versatile in the music. No matter how good your pitch, you have to train so hard to get your pitch to be perfect. And even then, if you try to get to the more upper levels, we're talking about the absolute top tier, highest levels of jazz competition, to get to the top players in the meta, you just can't keep up with them. Vocals just cannot keep up. We've seen some there are a lot of incredible international players. We're talking about, this is kind of it's global, but most of the players we know of are in the New York scene. But you have a lot of international players, like the Indian and Pakistani players, just like in Tekken. The Indian and Pakistani players, their Carnatic system of music or other Indian classical styles of music, the way they train their throats, their vocal cords is completely different than the way we do it over here. They can reach microtones. They can reach a lot of different things that we can't do. But there's still something there. There's still something there to prevent it. Well, yeah, here's the thing. You said Michael Mayo might be one of the only ones to keep up. I agree. There are people like Michael, Theo Blackman, Bobby McFerrin. There are a lot of incredible singers out there. But again, Axe is the only Melee Pikachu player that has survived for like whatever 10, 15 years that he survived. Like outliers can exist. It's not that there aren't people who can get to that level, but it's extremely rare and extremely difficult. And if we're talking about competitively viable, if this tier list is supposed to help you get an idea of what you should spec into if you want to have the easiest time as a competitive jazz player, if you want to make it to the top, and remember, it's A tier. It's the top of A tier. I don't really think I could put anything above vocals in A tier. Like maybe. But it's still, everything above B is going to be competitively viable. However, if you want to have the easiest time to get to the top levels of the music, right, then it's going to be hard to spec into a lot of instruments that are not in the S tier. Yeah, Amsa on Yoshi. I mean, good, yeah, bro. Yeah, exactly. Like, if we're talking about melee. So the thing that vocalists kind of get trapped into. Well, the other thing is that, yeah, of course, we're not going to talk about the obvious, but unless you're a tube and throat singer, you can't really sing chords either. The other thing is you are limited by, with the way the music has evolved past the 1.0 and 2.0 metas, where vocals might be a little higher. They're also limited acoustically. You can't cut over a band unless you got to have pipes of steel. And even then, you're probably not going to be able to sing very fast. But you can sing really, if you're like an operatic singer, you can do that. But then stylistically, you might not be, if you want to do a more operatic singing style, which gives you a bigger natural acoustic volume boost, you might have a hard time queuing up with players who want to play in a certain play style. That's the problem. So like, there's a lot of just weird idiosyncrasies that keep vocals from going up to the top. It just, because we're talking about being able to queue, because jazz is not a solo art form. It can be. There's some instruments that can last on their own as a solo art, which we'll get to later. But vocals just do not have enough virtuosic power, enough natural volume, or versatility to make it up into the S tier to play with the more versatile, higher level musicians. And that's why, but there's too many things going for vocals as being the origins of this music to put it any lower than A tier. It's just impossible. We can't do that. So to me, vocals sit right here. Vocals is one of the classes they put in all the ads and is decent, but isn't top tier. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like, you can be a specialist. You can be an S tier vocalist, but within the meta, your instrument is an A tier instrument. You can be like, I don't know, like let's say if mayonnaise is an instrument, we put mayonnaise on Just Give Up. You can be in the Just Give Up tier and then just be inspired and never give up. And you might be the best mayonnaise player up there, but that doesn't mean it's a competitively viable instrument. Okay. I think together, let's talk about flute and bass flute together. It's kind of weird, but like, let's talk about them together. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put all the flutes together in the same thing. So flute. So we're talking about the current meta. That's kind of hard because if I'm 4.0, this would be an easy pick. 4.0, we'd be like kind of down like between B and C. Current meta, well, I guess no, yeah, it's a current meta, so I can't put all of them all together. So maybe let's do. I'd say either high B tier or low A tier. It's kind of hard. I think Piccolo we're gonna have to put in B tier, maybe C tier. I think we're gonna have to put. It's kind of hard. Flute definitely earns an A tier spot. Piccolo is like B or C. I'm gonna put it in C, and I'll explain later. Same thing with bass flute. Bass flute is also I'm gonna put down here for the same reasons that I'll talk about in a little bit. But why is flute A tier and these are not? So flute is an instrument that has risen up the ranks in really interesting ways in certain patches. Let me take this off. So from patch basically until patch 5.0, flute was basically non-existent in the meta. It was a great casual instrument and it was an occasional pocket pick, but very, very rare would you ever see that. But in the current meta, especially after 5.0, because one thing that we don't talk about in 5.0 is that even though small groups were still very prominent, the large group was also having an extremely, they were going strong. Large groups weren't really going anywhere. It became, after the war, it became a lot harder for large groups to travel, like big bands. But one of the things that started to happen in the 50s is that the same type of experimentation that started in the 2.0 meta, those people came and decided to continue to innovate behind the scenes. So a lot of the instruments that were in 2.0, the reason why it's like kind of cool is because it was a free for all. We hadn't decided on just 4 main characters like in 4.0, where like you only saw 4 characters at every tournament. You basically saw 4 or 5 characters every tournament. But in 2.0, basically every character was viable, which is really cool. And that spirit was alive and well in the 5.0 patch because of the Hollywood movie orchestras that were inspiring a lot of jazz big bands to also then consider experimenting with different types of colors in their bands. So different movie orchestras, stage plays, classical music. A lot of people were really inspired to play different instruments that have different textures and also give them a competitive edge against their competitors who only stuck to traditional previous patch metas. So we really do love what happened in 5.0 because suddenly the flute went from like to being a D tier, C tier instrument. Now it's an A tier instrument. And one of the reasons why is because of, again, technology. One of the reasons no one played flute in the previous patches is because until the 5.0 meta, you basically couldn't hear the instrument. It was so difficult to hear the instrument. It could play, the thing about flute that has going for it is that it has all of the same virtuosity and ability as any of the other woodwind instruments that we'll talk about, right? Basically, all the woodwind instruments have a certain ability to play very fast lines, right? It has a great standard 3-octave range, but we'll talk about how viable though. It's one of the reasons why I'm considering like B versus A tier here. But we're gonna keep it at the bottom of A tier for now. It does still have a viable, competitively viable range, except for the lower part of it, right? Which is one of the things that holds it back. But it can also compete in most cases with the typical range that you would write for a piccolo. It has the ability to go up to piccolo range, leaving, if you're not too concerned about the exact timbre of the piccolo and you're more concerned about the general instrument sound, which is what people end up doing anyway, then the flute can be a great substitute for this instrument. It can cover both the higher register of the piccolo, and it can also cover a lot of the lower register of the bass flute. Not exactly, but it has those things covered. And spoiler alert, this is going to be a common theme with what instruments get placed in certain tiers along these tier lists. So just keep that in mind. But flute is also another instrument that the fact it has another great advantage that also is technically a type of a disadvantage depending on what type of meta you play in. But the other advantage is that it is in C. It is a C instrument, a non-transposing instrument. Being that it is a C instrument, this instrument can read lead sheets. So if you don't have perfect pitch, your ear's not good, but you still want to have a chance to play in the meta, you can still play in the meta. You can still play even casually or competitively. It's a great instrument to be able to play. Basically, you can play in the same field. You can switch positions, right, and play in the same field as these other instruments as well, and basically read the same maps as them. So flute has a lot going for it. What are obviously some of the obvious downsides of it? Well, like I said, that low register is nerfed by the fact that this instrument does not have the way this instrument resonates is not from a mouthpiece, but from your mouth itself. And the air that goes through it is just not strong enough. There's not enough pressure, and the instrument is too small. It's not enough pressure for the instrument to be loud. It cannot cut through a rhythm section without other support. This instrument needs support. It dies without support. Right? You can't just be a slayer out on the field, just going out and do your thing. You're gonna get trampled on. It's just not gonna work. You need support. You need some type of amplification in order to be cut through a live setting, or you have to basically ask everyone to, can you please play less strong? Like, can you all nerf your volume, please? So it just, for all the good things that I can do, it can play in C. It has woodwind, the same type of advantages that woodwind instruments have, but you can't hear it. So if you can't hear it, how can your instrument actually be viable? Now, in the right circumstances, this instrument is great, but it can't be heard. The other thing is that the timbre of the instrument is not a normally sought out timbre because the vibrations are also not strong as the other woodwind instruments, which we'll get to in a second too. You know, people like the reed sound. But the reason why this still stays in A and not goes to B or C is because when we're talking about all versions of play of this music, it's a very aesthetically pleasing instrument, and it contributes a sound to the music that other instruments can't do because they are probably too loud. So, but this instrument can still execute the things that jazz instruments need to execute. So it gets a bottom of A tier for me. Piccolo and bass flute, and I guess sometimes alto flute can also have this type of attachment too, so we can include that too. But one of the reasons why these instruments don't work is because I believe, like, this piccolo, is piccolo in C? Is it in C? Okay, it's in C. Okay, yeah. But what about the bass flute? Okay, I guess they're all C. There's some, I know it's alto flute is the one. Thank you. I was thinking of alto flute. Thank you. I was thinking of alto flute. So alto flute transposes. The main reason why these instruments are just down here is because all of the limitations that the standard flute has are kind of amplified by these instruments in different ways. The piccolo's timbre, like, it's just a small instrument. It just barely projects at all. And the only time that it projects is in a range that is sometimes too high for people to listen to. So you will automatically, sometimes this can be an automatic loss to the audience. Like, you might have to quit. And so the only time you're really going to hear this instrument is in those ranges that might make the audience walk out. Bass flute is not as, it's a very cool instrument, and it has niche applications, which again, it's why it's in C and not just give up, because there are applications for both of these instruments. They're still great, but they're just not common. People don't know how to write for these instruments. And this instrument has the opposite problem of this flute, where even though it's a larger instrument, it is a lower voice, which means that the majority of the instrument cannot be heard. The majority of the instrument cannot be heard. That sucks. So, but that's why we're going to be there with that. Okay, let's keep going. I don't want to do like S tier instruments right now. I want to do like some other types of instruments. Let's talk, you know what? Let's talk about the violin. I like that. Let's talk about the violin. Violin is interesting, somewhat unfortunate, but not the worst. I would put violin. No, this actually is a violin. Because if you look at the like open image, a new tab, I don't know if you can see, but at the very top, the name of the PNG is violin. So that's the only reason I knew. The viola is next to it. But anyway, violin, the closest thing I can give it that's fair is B tier. The reason why I give violin B tier is because technically violin is an instrument that was actually at the beginning of jazz. Like, if you're talking about, if this was an early meta patch, we're talking about like patch 1.0, 2.0, this joint would be A tier. Fun fact, for those of you who don't know about like a little patch history, a lot of saxophone players were either previously violinists or they doubled on violin. That was a very common double, because bands back then weren't called bands. A lot of them were called orchestras, because that was what was, that was what they were. They were orchestras, because the jazz wasn't a common music yet. The closest thing was classical music. So violin is in B tier for a couple of reasons. In the modern meta, the way we play jazz now, which again has a legacy influence of 4.0 and above, bebop is not very conducive to violin. It's very difficult. One of my roommates, my old roommate, of 6 years, was a competitive jazz violinist. He still is to this day as a competitive jazz violinist. Incredible player. But the instrument suffers the same limitations as the flute, right? With the volume issue, but it has an even worse issue than the flute, and that's the string tuning. Violins are tuned in fifths. Guitars are tuned in fourths. This will be very important to understand when it comes to the ergonomics of the instrument. And the ergonomics of the instrument contribute very greatly to how viable it is to play certain language on the instrument. And I learned that from my roommate, and I didn't realize that. Like how hard it is to actually play bebop on the violin. So first of all, I mean, when it talks about playing through a lot of those complex chromatic things that we like to play in music now, the kind of finger contortions you have to do, the way you articulate the violin to actually get the instrument to speak in a certain way, it just doesn't lend itself well to the type of innovations that would be pioneered by brass players and piano players. It's just not forgiving to the instrument. However, more lyrical styles of play, like, you know, if you talk about Joe Venuti, if you talk about Stefan Grappelli, the way they play the instrument, well, you said same with guitar, but not exactly. Yes, there are certain things that are difficult about guitar, but the fact that guitar is tuned in fourths, except for the last two strings, like the gap between the third, fourth, and fifth string, the fact that it's tuned, the largest space is the fourth tuning, makes getting around the instrument easier than on the violin when it comes to playing bebop. So the thing that is really the thing that violin sounds great in jazz, but it's just that the problem with violin is that you have to change the way that we play, right? The type of combos you can expect in the music, the type of stages people like to pick, the type of comps that people like to make in their band. There's no room for a violin to be in those usual comps. You normally have to fit your team comp around the violin. And the way you fit your team comp around the violin is either playing certain instruments that complement the texture well, that don't get in the way, or writing specific music for the instrument so where it doesn't get in the way, or again, tell the other musicians to, like, you know, your other team players, hey, the violin is a star player, we gotta accommodate this instrument. The other part of it is, if you also want to get over it, you have to amplify. If you want to get over other instruments, if you want to make the impact, you have to amplify the instrument too, which changes the fundamental acoustics and the typical allure of the instrument in the first place. It's such a beautiful instrument, and people love the acoustic sound of the violin. Or you add more violins, but that's the thing. Yes, if you need more than one or more than four of yourself to make an impact, to be cut, you can't. There's no way you can be a top tier instrument. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. Heading into third street, yeah, exactly. You have to create your own venue. If you have to create your own tournament for your instrument to be viable, it's a little rough. The only reason why this instrument doesn't go high is specifically because the way we play music, the music that is sought after today, just does not accommodate the instrument. So it's not like it's not viable at all. There's still plenty of jazz violinists out there that you can think of that sound great, but you're not going to be the first call for a competitive team to go out, and you won't be the first call instrument. That's the problem. So that's the only reason why it's there. Respectively, I'm going to put viola right under violin because it suffers the same issue, but it's sometimes viola works better for the type of range that bebop is played in, especially for playing like Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie heads. Like violin sometimes a little too high, and there's a little more space on the viola fingerboard too. I've seen viola work a lot. With jazz. There's a lot of actually really there's some sleeper hits, man. There's some Amsa, Yoshi, Axe, Pikachus out there that really go hard on viola. Cello is another unfortunate instrument, but I'm gonna put most of these instruments in the B tier. Part of me wants to put cello. Part of me wants to keep cello here and put viola at the top of C tier. Like, part of me wants to do this. Just because of, but it's like, I could put viola at the bottom. I put it at the bottom of B tier. This is what I think is actually a thing. But cello has a little more established history in the music. The instrument is carried by the players. The instrument is carried by the players in history that have also doubled on the respective other, spoiler alert, high tier instruments like the bass, like Oscar Pettiford and Ron Carter. right? And then of course people who exclusively played cello, almost exclusively, like David Baker. There are a lot of incredible cellists that made their name on both instruments. So in Mingus, yeah, I mean, it's a common pocket for bass players, and it gives them more range. So it's like I have to put it above viola, but I can't put it above violin simply because the violin still has more potential to have the same roles as instruments that are going these higher tiers. Violin can still do that. Okay. This one caught my eye, so let's just do it. Let's talk about sousaphone and tuba. So I'm trying to figure out which one of these is tuba and which one of these is euphonium. Can you guys help me like try to figure out which one of these? It's kind of hard for me to tell. It's usually based on the little neck part, right? Like, let me see. Open image, new time. Found it. All right, that's euphonium. Got it. All right. So it's tuba. Let's talk about tuba and sousaphone. Thank you. So, all right. Tuba and sousaphone. Let me put these next to each other. I'm going to do sousaphone first. So, again, we're talking about the 8.5 meta, modern meta, right? I know some people going to hate me for this. But I gotta put sousaphone probably at the bottom of B tier and tuba somewhere in C tier. Probably above these. Now, again, you're going to be like, what? Again, I know y'all are mad at me, but there's a reason why I'm doing this. So let's talk about the good things about the sousaphone and the tuba and why they're different. Yes, sousaphone is higher than tuba, and I'll talk about why. It should be that for those of you who don't know, it should be. Well, Arson, I'm surprised you wouldn't agree with this. I'll talk about the obvious reason why sousaphone is higher than tuba. The biggest reason sousaphone is higher than tuba is because of mobility. Like it's a more versatile instrument than the tuba. That's just it's the reason why it was moved. It's the reason why it was made. Like the instrument was basically made for that reason. It's a marching tuba. Right? So any instrument with that type of mobility is automatically gives it an edge, right? So it's also easier to travel. At least from what I see, from what I've seen, it's also easier to travel with a sousaphone than a tuba because there are some sousaphones. I don't know if all sousaphones do this. I just don't know because I'm not a brass expert. But I know that a lot of sousaphones can detach the bell. Do all sousaphones detach the bell? Oh, sousaphone has a ton of historical uses. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean, Arson? That's crazy. Sousaphone was probably actually way more widely used in New Orleans. Still to this day than tuba. Still to this day. That's the reason why I'm putting it higher. Because even in current legacy metas that are like innovating upon the legacy metas, the sousaphone is still a much more used instrument in those jazz situations than tuba. If we're talking about either third stream or some type of big bands where like it's a stationary setting, yes, tuba can be used because some people might like the sonority of the tuba more. But the sousaphone, yeah, and thank you. Someone brought up the timbre as well. The timbre also is a lot more able to blend with some ensembles. It has a sharper attack, a lot more highs. The position of the bell means that you can actually put the sound further out into the audience. You actually have a stronger attack. You actually have a stronger attack on the audience and can do more damage with the sousaphone than you can a tuba. That's the other thing. So there's a lot of advantages that sousaphone has over the tuba. But the thing I want to talk about is not just the advantages that sousaphone has over tuba, but specifically why these two instruments are not higher than B or C. So let's talk about the good things about the sousaphone and the tuba. The good things about the sousaphone and tuba is that if this was, I'm going to tell you right now, if this was patch 1.0 and 2.0, this is easy. Like, no question. There's like not even no shot, not even like a joke. This is not even no competition, just easy. But this is not the ragtime or trad jazz meta. This is current modern 8.5, half neo-bop, half jazz education, part studio, social media meta. And this instrument, the good things about the instrument is that it has the opportunity to replace the bass because it was the first bass instrument in jazz. This was the first bass instrument. This, you want to talk about, and you want to talk about like the jazz unk. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, unk is salty. It's not, he used to be, he ain't what he used to be. He used to have it, and now he's not there. This is if unk still got it was an instrument, it would be the sousaphone. The junk, exactly. Yeah. And so the thing about this, well, no, Arson, the thing is, if you're only talking about bebop or hard bop, but those are only two metas. This instrument has application in so many different metas. And not only that, this instrument, again, if we're talking about the same things that make the vocals have a boost, there's a certain type of aura boost that the sousaphone gets over the tuba. That's another thing. There are things outside, right? Stat buffs are important. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Sousaphone gets aura boost. It's unfortunate. That's the other thing, Jay. Exactly. The bell doesn't point up, so you can play. Think about this. Another the advantage that it has over it. Again, we're not just talking about how widely the instrument is used. That's a part of it. We're talking about the physical characteristics of the instrument and the viability within the meta that you're playing in. If you're playing an outside tournament, this instrument can easily protect you from the elements in the way that this instrument can. You will cut all tuba players that show up. You'll basically cut them. You're also more mobile, basically in every way. The sousaphone just cuts the tuba in every way. The only thing it doesn't cut it in is for specific timbral situations. Yeah, just like just specific timbral situations, I get it. It just won't work. But again, this instrument, both of these instruments have the power to play bass. They have the possibility to become instruments within an ensemble, which is great. The reason why, and this should be obvious, because I said if this was patch 1 and 2, this would be up here. This instrument no longer has a place, has a primary functional place in the meta ever since patch 3.0. 3.0 nerfed the crap out of the tuba and the sousaphone. That was the biggest nerf that any instrument I think has gotten in the meta was sousaphone and tuba. They got hit the worst. They got hit the worst because when bass came in, which again, we haven't talked about the bass yet, but when the upright bass became the instrument, to fill the primary role of the bass, the low end, tuba got knocked out. So now tuba has to be, like, what does tuba do now? Tuba's out of the job unless you want to play in those legacy patches or unless you are willing to make compromises and add the instrument to ensembles in a different context. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was the meta was overtuned. It was completely overtuned. It was crazy. It was impossible. So now the reason why this, okay, but it can still play bass, Pat. So why isn't it at least up in A tier? Well, you're gonna have a hard time queuing up with people. Sousaphone, you at least have an edge over tuba because you're going to play in metas like the New Orleans meta. Then sousaphone is still going to be used widely, and they might not even need a bass. There's still anything above B tier is going to be perfectly competitive viable. You can find a way to fit in there, right? Like, but the problem is it's B is like the conditional tier. It's like under certain conditions, these are competitively viable. C is like you're better off not using these. D, you probably shouldn't. And then just give up is like self-explanatory. But in B, this is the situational tier. Tuba is unfortunately too situational. Because the same type of situations that this instrument works in, this does not work in. Neither of these instruments can work as a lead horn. Because what happens when the bass is out? If the bass function is out and you're a brass instrument, you now have nowhere to go. You can't be a bass function, but your instrument is not fast enough. The sound of your instrument is not fast and light enough, right? Because you're a heavy. And heavies lose in this music if they're not fast enough. Heavies lose because they're big tanks. They can tank a lot of damage, and they have a lot of power. But the problem with heavies is that they're too slow. So you can't compete with these other instruments above. You can't compete for a spot on the team with these instruments above, because even if you try to play melodies or solo, you're one octave lower than the other instruments in your same class, right? Like in your same class that can do a much better job than you. So you can't play the bass and you can't play the melody. So you're stuck basically being in a niche situation, and it's really difficult for your instrument to make it above the B tier. That's the thing that sucks. It's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate for the instrument, but that's what happens. We're in 8.5. That's just what happens, dude. Let's do some quick ones that I can easily do just like off the rip. Maybe that's not easy, but okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna let's talk about a very interesting instrument. Let's move back to the woodwinds to talk about a really crazy instrument that has only an 8.5. So one person jumped this instrument from basically completely unknown in the meta, completely not viable at all, to jumping multiple tiers. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the freaking bassoon. And I'm tempted to put the bassoon. We're gonna put the bassoon under violin, like high B tier. Bassoon is such a crazy instrument that has been slept on for ages because the instrument is so hard. The instrument is so freaking difficult to play. One of the reasons why people didn't play it was, again, it suffered the same issues. Like so let's just be real. Let's do two instruments at once. We're gonna put the baritone sax probably up here. We're gonna put the baritone sax either right under vocals or right up. It's somewhere here, right? I'm gonna put it below. I'm gonna put it above vocals. I hate to do it, but vocals gonna go below. Barry is like kind of here. It's not S tier. We'll talk about the reason for that later. But bassoon gets outclassed by baritone sax. If this instrument didn't exist, like if this instrument just didn't exist, bassoon might have a chance to be up here. Maybe. I still wouldn't do it. I would probably put it here if it did that, like kind of in the like here. But because bari sax exists, it just gets outclassed by this instrument in every way. Same thing for bass clarinet. Bass clarinet, I'm gonna put bottom at A tier. Not bottom, but I'm gonna put bass clarinet here, baritone sax here. Baritone sax just outclasses the bari sax and the bassoon. It's just unfortunate. But let's talk about why. I'm not gonna put Soprillo on the list because like I've already put so many saxophones on the list. Bassoon is an instrument that until Paul Hansen was basically never considered to be a hype jazz instrument. It was so niche. There are people that play bassoon. There are a lot of saxophone players that actually kind of dabble in this instrument that kind of like side it in like different metas, different games. But bro, if y'all haven't heard, okay, anybody who doubts like why is bassoon even on the list? There are a lot of people that might not have heard. Let me introduce you guys to the first video I ever saw when I was in high school of Paul. And I mean, Paul's been playing with a lot of people. I mean, he's playing with John Batiste now too. Like he's played with a lot of different people right now. Like he is single-handedly pushing the instrument. He's a sax player first too, amazing. But like Paul, if y'all don't know Paul, let's check out some Paul. I want to show you guys the first video. Hopefully the Donna Lee is what's going to show up. Yeah, this video is the first video that I saw of him. This 18 years ago, man. I remember when I saw this too. It's actually crazy. I can't believe like I'm thinking back to this right now. But yeah, check this out. If y'all don't believe me, this is the reason. This was the first big upset in the jazz meta. So many instruments had their spots lost to this thing. Like a lot of these random instruments down here, they're like, what the heck is going on here? Like this thing right here blew so many of those instruments out of the water. Their chance is gone because of this. Bruh. Bruh. I mean, do I like do I do I need to do I need Bruh, do I need to say anything? Do I need to say anything else? Do I need to say anything else? Have you heard this thing with pedals before? Go check out Paul's page. Bruh, go check out Paul's Instagram and his YouTube channel. You'll be blown away. I can't spend too much time on this right now, but like you need to check him out. He's single-handedly, like, again, there's incredible, Ben Wendell on bassoon is ridiculous too, of course. My first band teacher, Melton Mustafa Jr., also plays a crazy bassoon. It's a crazy pocket. It's one of them weird instruments that like people see like, oh man, I gotta have a pocket like, like it's like an Olimar or something, like crazy instrument that has like a stupid kind of skills. But the thing is, like, bassoon, the reason why bassoon gets outclassed by the bass clarinet and the baritone saxophone is, one, it doesn't project the same way as both of these instruments do. Baritone projects a lot more than bass clarinet. It's a lot more versatile. But bassoon also has the misfortune, let's say that. It has the misfortune of having basically one of the highest skill floors of the entire woodwind class, for not even just its playing ability, but also just to set up the instrument. That's why, like, I'm going to also put oboe and English horn, like, kind of down here. They can't really go any higher. I mean, English horn, like, I can put it, like, here. Oboe has a little more evidence of playing in history, but the reason why these instruments suffer so much is because of the double reed. You have to make your own reeds. Just the amount of setup it's like, if we're talking about you being a competitively viable musician, the amount that you have to do just to practice to be good on it, just to set up the freaking instrument to play, and then you have to break through the weird fingering system. It's torture, bro. You really have to be a different kind of person. So, like, I can't recommend these instruments to people as jazz instruments, just because, like, you have to be built. Like, if you're trying to, like, get a head start or really trying to get into the jazz meta, it just won't get you to the same places that these other instruments will. But the reason why it's not obliterated is because people like Paul Hansen have proven that the instrument does have a place in the music. Like, he's basically, like, the cool thing about the current meta is that it's a free-for-all. It's another free-for-all, it's like another Neo 1.0 patch. We're like back to I remember Arson was talking about that. We're back to the 1.0 patch where if you can think it and you can will it, you can be successful in it. The only thing that will then hold you back is not like the audience's willingness to listen to you anymore. It'll be the teammates' willingness to have you on their team. Because no one, you have to basically change culture in order for them to write material for you. Like, no one like has, no one has that. Like, a lot of people just don't know. And the other thing is, like, it still has great articulation. I mean, listen to the articulation. Because it's a woodwind instrument, you can tongue very similarly like other woodwind instruments, especially like saxophones and clarinets. You can easily do that, which is nice because that means you can still have the same type of percussive quality that people like for 4.0, 5.0 patches, that really percussive, nice bebop quality to it. So the instrument still works if you can play it. The chances of you being able to do that at a level that is acceptable is very low. And in terms of applications, if we're talking about just pure utility in the band, the baritone saxophone and the bass clarinet they just outclass it. They have more volume, or they do the same thing that bassoon does. Not the same thing, but very similar thing to the bassoon, right? It's very similar, not exactly the same, but it does a similar thing to the bassoon in the sense that it's that kind of clarinet family sounding, that really woody sound, as opposed to the saxophone, which is kind of like a hybrid brass wood sound. But if you want that kind of like really like kind of foresty, woody sound, bass clarinet is usually your option. And one of the reasons why it goes higher up in the meta to bassoon, even though it's also like all things considered, it's still a difficult instrument to play. The skill floor is a lot lower because if you already play a woodwind instrument like saxophone, you can pretty easily get on this instrument because there are no holes. Matter of fact, I hate to say this, I might put bass clarinet above the flute because professional flutes also have holes in them. The difficulty curve is just slightly gets edged out by the bassoon. I mean, by the bass clarinet. Yeah, exactly. Barry to bass clarinet is extremely easy move. And, it's just, yeah. And both of these instruments fulfill that low woodwind role better than the bassoon does. So, yeah, that's where those go. And, I mean, English horn and bassoon are kind of self-explanatory. I mean, oboe, the only reason why oboe gets a spot over in B is because of Yusuf Lateef. Yusuf Lateef pushed the heck out of this instrument. There are actually, believe it or not, some great jazz oboists in the meta, but it suffers the same it suffers the same issues as bassoon, but worse because it also has a sound that is less desirable to people. So like the audience is gonna have a buff against you. So you got to do a lot, basically. So counterpoint, flute and Latin music. This is not a Latin music tier list. Sorry. This is not a Latin music tier list. Plus, it's still A. Like, we're not gotten to S tier. Okay, you want an example of an S tier instrument? You want an S tier instrument? Since you guys want to see what S tier looks like. Because I wanted to wait for all the S tiers, but let's do it. Here we go. Bass. Obvious. It's one of the most obvious and easiest S tier instruments to put. Yeah, bass and drums. I mean, let's get that out of the way. Let's get that out of the way first, right? Bass and drums. Easy, right? Self-explanatory. I don't even really need to explain. For those who don't know why would I be doing that? Well, the bass is the most important instrument, right? The low end, like it's your sniper, it's your tank, it's everything. This is your backline on the team. You cannot have a proper jazz band. If you're you can have a jazz band without a backline, but if you're running backless comp, you really need to put a lot of strain on the rolls of your other instruments. And you're still most likely gonna lose unless you have to be very creative. You can't play the same type of strats that a team with a low end backline is gonna have. It's the best support in the game. And it's one of the only instruments that has remained basically unchanged from the time that it became meta to now. I mean, it's only gotten better. The discoveries people have made on the instrument since it got in the first meta, or we're talking like 3.0, right? Because it already existed in 2.0. But when it was properly codified and solidified as a top tier instrument, it wasn't an S tier, it was an A tier back in 3.0. But once it became an S tier instrument in 3.0, you could not argue anymore its position. It's the most necessary instrument in jazz, specifically because it's one of the few, basically instruments up here are instruments that have the power on their own to not only to basically win games. These instruments right here win games. Like basically, they're best together, right? They're best together. Let's put piano. I'll talk about piano later because I want to talk about there's some. Yeah, I want to talk about piano later. Talk about organ later. Also a lot of instruments because I don't want to reveal too much of the S tier yet. But basically, so many of these instruments, the instruments in S tier are instruments that all have the ability to carry the team by themselves. They carry the team on their back. Thank you. I love what Arson just said. On many gigs, if you have to cut instruments, bass will be the last to cut. You can play a gig. I mean, look at this. One of the most think about this. If you were going to pair any of these instruments with another instrument, even between, you know what? I'm gonna put the bass above drums. This is the only instrument on this list that every other instrument here. I mean, you could even make the argument for. I mean, Steve Lehman Octet, the Steve Lehman Octet, Travail, Transformation, and Flow, that album. That octet has both a bass and a tuba in it. The tuba can augment and buff the bass sound. The bass can give articulation to the tuba, and the tuba can give resonance to the bass. That's OP. You can do double back comps. You can actually do double backline comps with that, which it's crazy. You can pair any one of these instruments with the bass and have a complete band as a duo. You can win games against the audience. You can win games 2 to 50. You can go 2 to 2,000 with the vocalist and the bass. That's what it takes to be an S tier instrument. That's what it takes to be an S tier instrument. You cannot be an S tier instrument unless you have these types of qualities. Without bass, you need your piano. Exactly. Let's talk about some other instruments. Let's talk about an instrument that, okay, this is modern. Okay. Modern meta. 8.5. Okay. Did they count acoustic and electric as being two different instruments? Let me check. It doesn't look like they did, which is kind of weird, I think. Yeah. You know what? Because I don't want to download another instrument. Well, no, I'm gonna have to because that's confusing. So let's Did they add acoustic guitar? Because this is a ukulele. You know what? We can use this. This is clearly a ukulele. But if you want, we can oh wait, no, acoustic guitar right here. Perfect. I see it right here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Acoustic guitar. All right. So they don't have an arch top, but like they don't have a semi-hollow. But let's treat the acoustic as if it's a fully acoustic, no amplification, and this freaking, I don't know if it's a Tele or a Strat, I think it's a Telecaster or whatever. And let's treat this electric guitar as all electric guitars, semi-hollow, Telecaster, Stratocaster, whatever. Like, unfortunately, we're gonna have to do that. But I don't want to do that because it's a Strat, right? But I still don't want to do that because if you're like, there is a difference. There is a difference. No, acoustic can't be amplified, but I'm specifically talking about, like, again, if we're talking about 2.0 and 3.0 metas, then you got to talk about Eddie Lang, Eddie Condon, Django Reinhardt, who played unamplified guitars through a mic. So that's completely different. Those are completely different instruments, and they play differently. Like the things that you do. So that's the reason why I want to treat them differently. But the role is not the same. The role is not the same. And matter of fact, let's talk about that. This will be a good education moment. So let me talk about where I would put these two guitars respectively. Because the guitar is an instrument that has had a really complicated relationship with the metas throughout history. It started off as being one of the most, well, no, it didn't really, because there's another instrument right here. And I'm going to spoiler alert, modern meta, spoiler alert, we got to put banjo. Y'all going to hate me, bruh. I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. I just got to tell the truth. It's modern meta, bro. Patch 8.5, banjo is a C tier instrument. I love banjo. It's one of my favorite instruments of all time. I love banjo. Here's the problem with banjo. Banjo's in one key, bro. Like the different ranges of the instrument limit it way too much. Like it's when you have an instrument that can basically only play in like a handful of keys, right? It only play in a handful of keys. Banjo's not D tier because the instrument still has charm. Exactly, right? And like if you want to choose to play in the older metas, you can. You can't keep up. I'm gonna, you know what? I have to put this at the bottom of C tier. You can't play bebop. And unfortunately, ever since patch 4.0, you kind of need to be able to at least have the option to play bebop. if to survive in this meta. Yeah, it's not hard to retune a banjo, but bro, just the instrument and also the sound, the timbre. I mean, you have to do some heavy modifications to it to amplify it, as opposed to, there are people that do. There's a lot of incredible banjo players, but the instrument sounds best, in my opinion. This is just an opinion thing. It sounds best in its own context. If this was a trad tier list, S tier. Maybe top A tier, bottom of S tier, but basically somewhere up there in S tier. This is a trad tier list, right? 2.0, it's OP in 2.0, but it's unfortunate. It just can't hold up. Now let's talk about the acoustic and the electric guitars. So rough. Modern meta 2.5. Sorry, 8.5 meta. Purely acoustic guitar, unamplified. Probably the top of B tier. I hate that so much. Part of me wants to put it at the top of A, but I cannot for all the reasons. Electric guitar? Okay. We're going to put it somewhere up here. A tier. Not S tier. Now listen, I got a lot of guitar players in the chat. I know I got a lot of guitar players. Listen. Maybe I can put it I can put it above. I'll put it above Barry. And I think I kind of want to put Barry below vocals. But a lot of guitar players are like, what do you mean? What's the reason why? Well, if this was a 3.0 tier list, this instrument right here, that's like above this. This instrument's like kind of like B tier. These rules would be switched if it was a swing era. But 4.0, it nerfed it. 4.0 nerfed it. 4.0 gave the biggest nerf to the acoustic guitar and the biggest power overtune to the electric guitar that we've ever seen. As soon as the meta became more about lines than rhythm, more about lines than groove, more about lines than articulation and impact. Once that happened, bro, it was kind of game over. Because now it's like sound, like how much sound. The other thing is like the electric guitar is way more versatile in its sound. It can just do more. It's at the top of A tier. I think there's not a lot of things I can put above. I don't think there's a lot of things I can put above. You said guitar can literally replace the piano all the time. Most of the time. I disagree with that. Guitar can play some chords. But guitar is a very specific sound that not everybody wants to have. The other thing is that the electric guitar, unless you play it in a certain way, because again, you got to want to play it in a certain way. There are certain play styles. Exactly, Blitz. Thank you for the $2. And yes, unamped acoustic guitar is not really seen in 8.5. That's why it's in B. It's not really seen. But even though it's not really seen, it still has, you can still put a mic on it. You can still technically pick it up. But again, like I consider an amplified acoustic guitar to be the same position as a electric guitar, because now it's just an electric guitar. Now it's just an electric guitar with a different sound. Like it's just this different sound. The other thing is that electric guitars must be amplified. That's the other thing. Thank you, Sandwich. Here's the thing. Let's talk about, and I'm going to talk about everything you just said right now as the reason why it cannot be higher than A tier. Right? Why it can't be higher than A tier. Here's some good things about guitar. Technically, the one thing that is keeping it from going any lower and why it's at the top is because technically you can pair any one of these instruments with the guitar. Most of them. You can pair most of these instruments with guitar and still win games. This instrument can still win games. It wins games all the time. Like plenty of situations, it wins games. But the problem with guitar is that everything I'm about to tell you, it does good, but not good enough. It's a jack of all trades. Guitar can play melodies and carry a good melody. Guitar can even carry some bass function if you really need it to. It can play chords and comp. but it does all three of those things suboptimally. It's the only issue. It does these suboptimally. It doesn't carry rhythm strong enough like a piano because unless you turn that thing all the way down, you got an acoustic, it doesn't have the same rhythmic punch that a piano can deliver. So there are certain musical styles and contexts that the guitar are limited out of. They can't fit inside of it. Unless you play an acoustic, but then you're limited to volume. You can only play in situations where your team composition can allow you to enable the instrument sound. And then let's talk about bass. It's an octave higher than the bass. You can get an octave pedal if you want, but then again, you're dependent on support. You're dependent on support. And let's talk about melody. Once again, not only do you need amplification, but sometimes the melody of a guitar is not strong enough to be driven because you're limited by your stylistic capabilities. Vibrato, holding out a note, like decay. It does so many things well. And it can cover basically every instrument's position, but it doesn't do it well enough in every context. Guitar goes 85% in every context that it's in, unless it's its own context that it's written for. Guitar must be the lead instrument for it to be 100%. The second thing is that guitar is a type of instrument that lends itself to note vomit. It's very easy to quickly lose the audience. You get the audience, like in terms of late game, like early game and mid game, guitar has a really good advantage. Late game, guitar has a pretty bad has a pretty bad disadvantage when it comes to like playing against the audience, because it's very hard to maintain a like interest in development on guitar unless you have to. Again, the skill floor is really high to be a really interesting guitarist, because literally everyone can play the guitar if they really try it. So the skill floor is really low, but the skill floor to be a great improviser is extremely high. So guitar is 80 to 85%. You can't put the faders. You can't put the faders all the way up in any one category with guitar. That's the only problem. It cannot perform the other tasks of the other instruments better than those instruments to justify it going into S tier. Exactly. Yeah, even exactly. Like what Tiago said, even in a large ensemble like a big band, most of the time a guitar is not even really needed. It's an inclusion. Well, to be fair, even in big bands, sometimes piano is not needed. But we're not. This is not a big band meta. This is just all of the. This is basically the competitive, improvisational, and gig meta. So, but yeah, guitar, very strong contender for high A tier, but it's just not an instrument that does things well enough in every way. That's the only problem. But yeah, guitar and vocals are kind of like competing in that way. So let me talk about. I haven't really talked that much about Barry yet. The reason why Barry is here is because even though in the big band it's like one of the most important and essential instruments of the front line, the instrument's timbre, like again, when it's getting into heavy territory. It has a slightly disadvantageous weight differential. So it's cool, but one of the only players in the game that is unsung, unfortunately, and was my teacher that made this instrument compete with another top tier that we'll talk about later in the saxophone class, spoiler alert, is Joe Temperley. Joe Temperley made this instrument. If you listen to Joe Temperley play the baritone sax, it's an S tier instrument. Basically, like it's an S tier instrument. But unfortunately, the way baritone is played right now, it's more of a novelty instrument in the meta than it is a serious soloistic instrument. And it shouldn't be that way. But, you know, the meta is not carried by the instruments themselves. The meta is carried by the players. And right now in the current meta, the baritone is more of a novelty instrument than it is a seriously pursued solo instrument. So until that changes, then yeah, it's gonna just be remaining this way. And basically for the same reasons, like very similar. You know, they're kind of like more novelty instruments in the current meta than they are at like serious instruments. But I couldn't put them any lower because if we're talking about pure physicality of the instrument, the baritone and the bass clarinet, they can play circles around all these other instruments down here in terms of technique. Like they can just go. Like the baritone sax has every other advantage that the other saxophones have. The only problem is the timbre. And while we're at it, let's talk about bass sax. I mean, bass sax, I love me some bass sax, but this instrument is basically non-existent in the current meta. It's cool. Like, we love this instrument. It's a cool instrument, but it's non-existent. It has great advantages, but the problem is, like, the bass sax was also used. It's a weaker. The thing is, the bass sax used to be a bass instrument. It used to be a bass instrument, but it's outclassed by tuba and sousaphone and the bass. It's outclassed by every other instrument. And plus, the instrument being more rare and lower than the baritone saxophone and a bigger instrument means it doesn't blend as well with the saxophone section as a baritone does. And people don't really know how to write for it. It's like an instrument that just like it suffers by the fact that it was written out during the 3.0 patch. This instrument was written out of existence in the 3.0 patch. This instrument that wasn't heard of since 3.0. It's unfortunate. It sucks. Really sucks. Oh yeah, are people talking about electric? Because I might as well talk about electric bass. I haven't talked about electric bass yet. We gotta put we're talking about electric bass, which is this thing. If this was a casual tier list, guys, if this was casual, electric bass would be an A tier. Unfortunately, this is the current jazz meta. This is jazz. And remember what this meta is about, right? The electric bass. I cannot put this instrument. Well, I'm going to make a lot of people mad when I say this. We're talking about jazz, guys. We're not talking about funk. We're not talking about the fusion meta. We're not in 7.0. We're not in the weather report meta right now. I got to put it top of B tier. It's above the acoustic guitar. It's above the acoustic guitar. It's quite obviously above the bassoon and the violin. Like, it's obviously. But if we're talking about the function of this instrument and its versatility gets outclassed by this instrument in every way. Let's talk about some things. First of all, sound and articulation. What gives jazz its sound? When you hear jazz, you put it above flute, bass, clarinet? I don't. In terms of its common usage, yes. Like, it has common usage. Like, I guess, like, I don't know. Flute is too ubiquitous of an instrument, even in the current jazz meta. It's so widely used and accepted. The thing is, this instrument, the thing about flute, and the reason why I can't put electric bass above flute is because flute wins games not only against the audience, because yes, both the electric bass and the flute can win games of audience. The flute is going to be called more often as a support instrument. Like, in terms of, and if you want to have a more light, like if you want like a lightweight class, this is a super lightweight instrument, right? It's super light. It's a glass cannon. It doesn't really, this instrument's a lightweight. It has a lot of speed, a lot of lightweight, but it doesn't have a lot of HP. But this instrument is going to be a lot more accepted. It's a lot more accepted as like a pocket, right? It's a good sidearm. It's a good sidearm for a lot of more higher tier players, like saxophone players, to carry with them. And it has a higher chance to be accepted on the team. The electric bass gets outclassed in both the audience and the team perspective. One of the reasons why is because it cannot articulate the same way. It also must be amplified. This instrument must not be amplified. This instrument has a decay. The sound of jazz that we know of, you think of the acoustic bass because of the natural decay of the instrument. The natural decay, even in amplified situations, the natural decay of the instrument creates for a different sound when articulated than the natural decay of the electric bass. I love that too. No bow. You can't, like, yeah, good luck. I mean, like, some people do that, I guess, if you want to be weird about it. It's lower than electric guitar because you're not going to be, unless you're like, I don't know, like, I don't know, does Foley still play? Like, unless you're like Foley, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to be called as a bass player to be a lead instrument. There's not a lead bass. Like, you're not going to, you're not going to be in a competitive jazz environment where a bass player calls an electric bass player to play the lead. So it's already outclassed by the guitar in that way. It's also lower. Very uncommon to play with a pick. You can play with a pick, but also there's less strings too. It has a smaller range than the guitar, even if it's an octave lower. The other thing is, because of the physicality, again, we're talking about other boosts, like stat boosts. Remember, stat buffs are important. It's not just the raw, like, actual elements of the instrument, but what about the stat boosts? What are you going to be boosting to the instrument? Well, here's the problem. The physicality of the instrument, of the bass, of the upright wood bass, the physicality of the instrument, the fingerboard, the wood, everything about it creates a certain, it aligns with the philosophy that most band leaders need when they want to play jazz, which is felt more than heard. The electric bass is the exact opposite of the philosophy of felt more than heard. This is an instrument that is heard more than you want it to be felt. So, like, in a jazz context, if you want to blend with the band, it has terrible blend. If you want to blend with the band in like a, if you want to blend the electric bass with a straight ahead band, like that, and you want to link up with the ride cymbal, good luck trying to balance that thing. If you want to try to balance that thing with the band, are you kidding me? If you put it too low, you won't be heard. I mean, hey, you won't be blasting over the instruments, but you won't really be heard. And like, you can't, the attack of the instrument, you're not literally doing this. You're doing this. So you can't even hear the attack. And if you turn up too loud, if you turn the volume up too loud, well, then you're going to drive everybody out the room. You're going to make the, you're going to force a rage quit from both your teammates and even the audience too. The audience will start debuffing you. The audience can start debuffing you because you're actively debuffing the band. Yeah, and yeah, like what Harrison just said, electric bass is a debuff where your actual note choices will be more criticized because it's more clear. It's a glass cannon instrument, so you kind of can't win. It's extremely niche. The reason why it's not any lower than B tier is because there are bass instrumentalists who can really play the instrument like pretty convincingly, especially if you're playing like a P bass with like really high action or something, and you're really kind of digging in. Like, you can do that, like turn the volume down a little bit, fiddle with the tone knob a little bit. But it's still just too much work, and the skill floor for being able to walk as a good electric bassist without getting in the way and without having the sound be too thin, right? Because the sound of a bass guitar in a jazz context is like a solid circle, whereas like the acoustic bass is like a hollow circle. We want this for jazz, and if you think about the sound, like, if I'm gonna give you a good analogy, so. Let me give you a good analogy real quick. So, if one of these, I'm going to draw two circles, right? So, this is electric bass. And this is, let me make the line a little more bolder. Yeah, that's fine. This is acoustic bass. So what are the biggest differences here? The problem with electric bass is that it's there, but you can't fit anything inside of it. In order to fit, if you're going to try to fit anything inside, you might be able to see it, but it's just going to get in the way of every other instrument. And other instruments also won't be able to speak. If you turn it up too loud, right? Like, if this circle is too loud and getting in the way, whether you might be able to, like, hey, let's why don't we just change the size of the circle? Wow. Wait a minute, guys. I gotta do something real quick. All right, let's do that, and then let's do. Technical difficulties, guys. 1 second. Okay. There we go. All right. Cool. So if we want the problem with electric bass is this. If the electric bass right, is too loud, right? It's covering everything up. If you turn it up, you can hear it more. You can hear, if you turn this up, right? Like I can't hear the electric bass, turn it up. Great. But now you're covering up everything else. Okay, well now it's too loud, so turn it down. Okay, you turned it down. Great. It's not covering up any other instruments, but now I can't hear it. We don't want any of those things. What is the good thing about acoustic bass? We want this type of sound because when you have a sound like this, you can fit anything inside of it. You have a protective layer. This is a protective layer. The borders are open with the electric bass. There's nothing to hold on to but the sound itself. You can fit other sounds into this. And you can either change the outline or reduce the amount of space in between it. That's why this will always be higher than this. That's just how it is. Okay. Let me quickly fill out the just give up tier. Let's fill out the just give up tier. Okay. Whatever the heck this thing is, it's a hurdy-gurdy. Hurdy-gurdy? Hurdy-gurdy? Hey, sound off. We got like almost 300 viewers in the chat right now. Sound off all my hurdy-gurdy players. Bro, if you need to wind up your instrument in order to play it, bruh, if you gotta next, all right, oud, bro. Yeah, it's the freaking doohickey, yo, bro. If you bring the doohickey to the, just give up. If you gotta bring the doohickey to the jam session, bro, you're getting don't bring the whatchamacallit, bro. If you're on the whatchamacallit, you're just, you're stuck with the doodad. All right, so oud. I mean, oud's fun. I mean, what is like the only, should I put oud in D tier instead of just give up? Because the only application I know of oud is on John Coltrane at the Village Vanguard. Is that like should I like John Coltrane is the only person in history that I know to because of that, I can't put it in just give up. I have to put it at like somewhere down the bottom of D. Just because of train, the entire player base of the oud is carried by one player in one patch. That isn't even played correctly on the correct hardware that much anymore. Bro, I mean, like, okay, all right. Okay. You know what? It's patch 8.5. I gotta. Okay, this instrument that I cannot pronounce, the good morning, the morning Khalifa, whatever this is, Morin Courge, whatever this is, the Celia Cruz. But this instrument, I like it. It's basically the same thing. It's a bowed instrument, right? It's basically a Mongolian erhu. So if the closest thing we can compare this to is if the closest thing that we can compare this to is a erhu, my boy might have to go on top of the oud. Like, have you seen? I might even do I have to put this here? But there's only one guy. There's one guy right now. I don't know if you've seen, like, one of the most recent players in the meta right now. I don't know if he's trying to enter competitive meta, but like he's been gassing up. He's been really gassing up and going crazy on the friendlies. This is one cat that I saw that's been playing John Coltrane transcriptions on the oud. And I'm just like, so like, I don't know. Like, it technically, by sheer wins, even casually in the meta, by sheer wins, it has more of an application than the oud. Y'all gotta check out some Coltrane oud. I can't play it here, but you gotta check it out. Wild. Okay, I mean, Chapman stick and harpagey. I mean, this is these instruments gotta go here. It's C. They're not the worst thing in the world. The problem is that like instruments. Okay, here's the thing. Instruments in C tier are basically instruments that like you can play jazz on them technically, but no one's pushing the instrument in the jazz context. And even if they are pushing it, no one's calling them to be on the team, right? Like no one's practicing. No one's praying. No one's like practicing for these instruments. So, you know, Chapman stick and harpagey. I mean, like they're both really cool instruments. I love these instruments. Chapman stick is fun. It's a novelty. Even though it can do like crazy things like guitar can do, it's just not in the like no one's calling for a Chapman stick. Harpagey is also just no one's pushing it. So at least no one's pushing it in the types of contexts that would make it work for jazz, like to play straight ahead. And there's a lot of fusion and world music context that it might work in, but yeah, that's where we'd put those instruments. C melody has it's in the same position as the, but it's weird because it's more viable than bass sax. So I gotta put this. It's still a saxophone. It's still it gets B tier. It goes above oboe. Wait, did I put English horn? Oh yeah, it's English horn. Okay, yeah. C melody goes above. No, Joe played Barry. But C melody, little Frankie, like Frankie here. Frankie's sitting nice and pretty. Yeah, I put this above oboe but below sousaphone for, again, the reason that just it's not being pushed, but it has viability in the meta because it's a saxophone. I mean, it just spoiler alert, if you're a saxophone, you're not going anywhere below B tier. Like every saxophone is above C tier. Like every saxophone. It's just going to happen because like the instrument just does so much well. It's overpowered. It's the most overpowered. It's one of the most overpowered instruments in jazz. It's been in almost every meta. So that's just kind of how it is. But not every saxophone is top tier, as we see right here. We have only 2 saxophones on the list right now, and none of them are S tier. So you guys still haven't even seen what I'm saying is S tier yet. But C melody is just it's like Robin. Like C melody and bass sax are like Robin and Smash. It's like, yeah, they do stuff. Like you said, somebody said sorties. I love it. Saxophones are the sorties, right? Like baritone sax is like Ike, right? Like Barry's like Ike, right? It's like, yeah, it's a sortie and like people push him, but like he's not gonna have the same type of movement as like Lucina and all of those things, you know. But like it's like Robin. Like you can push it, like you can push it, but like you know, like it's still it doesn't. It's an awkward instrument. It's just awkward. Who is Cloud? I like bass clarinet maybe. Because technically Cloud has more speed than Ike, right? And bass clarinet does have a timbral advantage over baritone saxophone in the sense that like it's not as loud, but it is fast. It's like, you know, it has a very clear texture. Yeah, it's me. It's like me, Sword Fighter. Yeah, it's like there's things that C melody does stuff. It does stuff well. It can do them, but it's. No one's pushing it. If more people start pushing this thing, maybe you can see it going up a tier, but no one's optimized the instrument because after patch 3.0, no, 2.0, that instrument was A tier, right? Like it was like A tier, like low S tier, maybe like high A tier. But Frankie Trumbauer was the last player in the meta. He continued to play 2.0 meta until he died. He dabbled a little bit in 3.0 meta, but like he couldn't keep up. He couldn't keep up with the young players in the 3.0 meta. So he just kind of fizzled out and people stopped pushing the instrument after that. Yeah, patch 3.0 is a swing era. Steve got a pick. Oh god. Okay. I mean, iwi's fun. I guess you guys like iwi. Let's talk about iwi. Let's talk about why iwi is also a B tier instrument in jazz. Still not as bad as I mean, yeah, I mean, I still got to put it above oboe, but I can't put it below. But here's another thing: any instrument that's a wind instrument that must be amplified. I mean, you can't. There's not even speakers in it. There's not even speakers in the. There's not even speakers on the instrument, so you have to plug it in anyway. At least a guitar, like an acoustic guitar, can be amplified if you want it. You can't even put a mic up to the thing. And not only that, like the articulation, like what, like it suffers the same issues as electric bass, but worse. Like it just doesn't. This is not a. If this is a 7.0 patch, this thing is up here. Are you kidding me? It's it's above saxophone in 7.0. You kidding me? But no, here in this meta, ain't nobody rolling up the smalls with the iwi and like, hey, you got a jack? Come on, bro. Like, it's not happening. And no one's calling this instrument. Like, it's being like it, let's put it above C melody because there are people pushing it, but no one's really pushing it in straight ahead. Like, no one's pushing it in the straight ahead context. It's at least a modicum, like in a modicum sense. It's like it's a smidge more pushed than C melody. But it can't be above sousaphone specifically because it doesn't have the same versatility and mobility. And nobody in New Orleans, in the New Orleans meta, which is its own, side meta, no one in New Orleans meta is calling the iwi to play in the second line parade. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. So, oh yeah, more just give up. Didgeridoo. All right, next. Yo, bagpipes? I mean... No, ocarina is not in just give up, bro. I put ocarina up here. I put ocarina. Bro, it's some cats. This instrument. No way, it can't be above. It can't be above oud. It's hard. It's hard. It's between both these. But ocarina got the gas. Ocarina. I think ocarina got the gas. Because like there's technically. Oh, you know what? Forget it. We're going above it. We're going above Erhu. It has like the finger holes are like keys. It can play exact pitches. There's a higher potential to find like, maybe like false fingerings like you do on recorder. Which, by the way, recorder is interesting. Ooh, we're gonna get to recorder in a minute. I'm gonna put recorder like here. Recorder made a really big. The problem is that people aren't really pushing it that well, but it has a lot of potential. It needs more people pushing it, but we'll get to that in a minute. Freaking ocarina can get it. Like, I think ocarina has a shot. We need people pushing ocarina. There's some cats that can play it, but I haven't heard any bebop ocarina yet, so that's why I gotta put it here. But you say if you're lower than recorder? Oh, some of y'all haven't heard. Okay, so a lot of y'all who might be more casual, there's a lot of casual and non-competitive. A lot of competitive jazz players might understand, but a lot of y'all might not be competitive jazz players. You're more casual jazz players, which is fine. But competitive jazz players know about Suave Benoit, however you say his name. Casual players don't know about him, but there's one guy in the scene that is on top of the mountain. There might be other recorder players, right? Like normal recorder players for jazz might be like here, and then Suave is like up here. Like no one has gotten even close. I don't know anyone who's gotten even close. Like especially in this meta. Like he was in. Like let me just show you something. Listen to this guy play some skunk funk on recorder. How do you spell his name? Okay, yeah. Salve, not Suave. But I remember seeing this video in high school too. Look at this. Sorry, I was not familiar with your game. I love that I get to show people this video for the first time. It's actually locked in. Bro, he's doing the false fingerings and all that kind of stuff. The growl, bruh. The growl. Bruh. And you might be thinking, hey, that's fusion, Pat. You're cheating. What about, okay, listen to him do some other stuff. Like the Blue Train, John Coltrane chorus. If you thought he was done, it's just fusion. Come on, maybe he can't. Surely he can't swing, right? Bro, what more can I say, dude? Like, remember, I told you every instrument above, like, if you're a C, like, okay, every instrument above B and above is competitively viable. Instruments in C tier have potential, right? Like, just no one's pushing them, right? They have potential, but no one's pushing them. That's what this instrument is. It doesn't mean it can't be done. That's why recorder's not in detail, because, dude, and it's at the top. It's up here. The only reason why it's below tuba. Tuba has to be top of C tier, or like one of the tops of C tier, specifically because it has application. It's just shy of B tier. Just shy of B tier because it doesn't have the same versatility, and it's limited, right, by a lot of things. So recorder. Let's talk about the obvious limitations that you all know about recorder. That recorder has volume limitations. It has to play bebop and to do this thing right here, one of the highest skill floors in the game. Period. Like, if you want to embark on doing all these different, like, crazy chromatic, like, half hole fingerings and bends, all kind of stuff like that, you can't play vibrato on it. You have to, like, maybe, like, do breath vibrato or some kind of stuff or whatever. But, like, the instrument it still is, because we're in 8. We're not in. Listen, guys, we're ever since 5.0. Remember, ever since the 5.0 patch, every instrument can be attempted now. Every instrument can be heard and amplified. So you get a good microphone, or in this case, this guy had like maybe like a pickup or something. Like, you can have your instrument be heard, and if you can just deal on the changes and pipe people on the instrument, then sky's the limit. But just ain't nobody doing it because it's so hard. 5.0 is post-bird, hard bop. But, like, yeah, ain't nobody doing this thing. This right here, it's all right. I mean, what are you going to do on this? Why did they even put a didgeridoo on here? Yeah, I mean, like, bro, I put the crash cymbals. Bro, I put the solo crash cymbals. Bro, you put the bro, the solo crash cymbals. You show up. Hey guys, can I sit in? Just give up, bro. Ain't nobody calling you, brother. Bro, can you imagine? Bro, what you just think? You show up. You got a cymbal bag. Oh, hell no. You got a cymbal bag. You show up to the session you go up to Smalls and you got a cymbal bag and they think, oh man, this cat's coming to play. Like, man, it's not his turn. Another drummer's already on stage. This guy come up with his bag and he take his cymbals out. And they're just like, oh, there's somebody already on the drums. Oh no, man, I'm here to sit in. Puts his hand around the straps. What tune you guys want to play? God, what tunes you want to play? I can't call a tune. Sure. All right. You know invitation? Sorry, man. I don't know that tune. Can you call something else? Sorry, man. I don't know invitation. Alone Together. Oh, I got you. Okay. I don't know the changes. Sorry, bro. Bro, not the blow up chicken. No way. Not a ballad, bro. Look at me. Bro. Yeah, I mean, this instrument gets outclassed by every other percussion instrument on the list. Let's talk about general percussion. I mean, this is like kind of general percussion. I want to put that like in C tier. Maybe like above banjo, because rhythm is extremely important in our music, but it's hard to make it in jazz as a purely percussion player instead of a drum set player. Like, you're not really gonna get called for jazz ensembles just as a percussion player if there's no drummer. If there's a need for like a drummer. But again, this is not a Latin jazz tier list. Remember, this joint will be flipped on his head basically. Who knows? Maybe Hurdy-Gurdy got a shot. Maybe there's gonna be some hurdy-gurdy bachata music or something. Any Latinos in the chat want to practice some? Yo, want to play some hurdy-gurdy and bachata? I don't know. Who knows, bro? We got some hurdy-gurdy bachata players. Go to Washington Heights and pull up with a freaking hurdy-gurdy. Hurdy-gurdon with what? Hurdy-gurdon. What is that? Did you just say hurdy-gurdon like it's a Spanish word? Bro, pull up the Washington Heights with the hurdy-gurdy, bro. Yo, Peter, I love that. I got to see bass and drums S tier. Is this a who works the most tier? Oh man, that's funny. I mean, that's part of it too. Yeah, it's part of it too. I mean, yeah, but bro, I'm telling you, man, the crash cymbals, solo crash cymbals, bro. Somebody got to push these. I don't want to put it in the just give up. But come on, bro. Somebody got to. Now, you know what? There's a lot of people in this chat. Forget what I said. There's a lot of power in these words. Do not push crash cymbals I do not want to see a bunch of people going out to Smalls tonight or tomorrow after pushing freaking solo crash cymbals like a line, just waiting up. It's like polite. They just standing there with their hands like this. Just super polite. Just like, just waiting to turn, like looking at the watch, just super like waiting. Yo, Q, thank you. Where's the Braith of? Oh my God, that's true. I forgot. We need the Braith. We need Mr. Braith. That is. We do need to put the Braith on this list, don't we? That's like honorary S tier, like honorary, bro. Around midnight with clock tower church bells, exactly at midnight. With the clock. Yo, thank you, Q, for that. I appreciate you, man. Woodblock? Do you want another instrument to add to the just give up? All right, pan flute. Okay, are we? Okay. Oh wait, there's something next to the pan flute that I want to talk about. This instrument got a chance, but harmonica, bruh. There's some serious harmonica pushers, bro. There's some serious harmonica pushers. I ain't gonna lie. And plus, bro, one of the most incredible and established players in the game of all time is Toots Telemann. And he wrote one of the most beloved, one of my favorite, like at least top 30 jazz standards of all time that I just played, like Bluesette. He pushed the instrument, and there's a lot of other, like what's his name, Frederic Monet, I think what his name is, great modern. I gotta look up what his name is, but man, he is killing harmonica blues. He plays a bunch of different guys. Yonet, not Monet. Yonet, yeah, Frederic Yonet or Yone. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, but I've seen him play. Y'all should check him out, bro. He's actually really, Gregoire Moret, exactly, Gregoire Moret, dude. There's some serious harmonica pushers. I think that's how Americans pronounce it, but there's some, like, when I see like Europeans pronounce it like on certain videos, I've heard it's Tus Telemann. I've heard that, but I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong. But either way, this instrument got so much potential that it's hard to put it any. I gotta put it in B tier. I gotta put it above the oboe. I might even, dude. It's kind of hard to say, but like the chromatic harmonica, I gotta put it lower. I gotta put it lower than C melody. I gotta put it lower than C melody because it's still harder to play. You still need amplification, but this instrument has such potential when it's played right. It's such a very, like, it's one of those instruments that has survived in so many different types of genres, so many different types of stories. That's a great lore behind it. It's this very kind of like lonesome, very deep, emotionally rich instrument that plays in a lot of different contexts. And then when played in jazz, it gives this kind of like melancholy, like nostalgic vibe to it. And it can still play chromatically. People have proven that you can play bebop on it. It's just like, it's like hard. Like, you know, but there are people pushing the instrument. So I gotta be fair to it. You know, like it can carry a tune, it can carry a melody. People can still articulate on it. It's a good instrument. Like it's a good instrument, and it can do that. So, guys, for those of y'all just tuning in, once again, this is not a Latin jazz tier list. This is not a fusion tier list. This is not a video game tier list, and we're not covering any of the other patches that have been in the jazz meta. Right now, this is modern format. So if you want tier lists for the other metas, I'm going to be making those pretty soon. I'm going to make those I'm going to do these lists within the next 2 weeks. We're going to cover all of the metas. We're going to cover all of the metas within the next 2 weeks. So just don't worry. Unfortunately, there won't be a stream tomorrow because I'm playing a gig at Smalls. I guess it's a small, like, a little commercial break. I'm playing a gig at Smalls, so I won't be able to make the stream tomorrow, but we're going to continue with this on Tuesday. Tuesday, we'll continue with another tier list, meta tier list. But for right now, we're about halfway through this, so let's keep getting through it so we can move along with these instruments. Yeah, 3 views of a secret. I mean, yeah, it's a beautiful instrument even in that situation. All right, let's talk about some brass. We haven't really talked about a lot of brass yet. So we got 2 trombones here. We have a tenor trombone and one that looks like, it doesn't quite look like a bass trombone. It looks like an F attachment trombone, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, let's call it a bass trombone. Current meta. Yeah, trombone. This is hard. Bass trombone is a little easier. Bass trombone we're gonna put in B tier, like maybe like above. We're gonna put it above violin. Tenor trombone. Oh yeah, baritone. Let's put baritone at the bottom of B tier. Tenor trombone, man. Tenor trombone. This is kind of hard for me. Mosquito. It's warm outside, isn't it? There's a mosquito in my room now. This sucks. But anyway, yeah, tenor trombone is hard. It's not an S tier instrument. No. Unfortunately, I gotta put this. Ooh. it's battling for the position with baritone and it's like, and I'm not biased as a saxophone player, guys. I'm not biased as a saxophone player. I gotta put it below Barry. I gotta put it in between Barry and bass clarinet. The reason why it's not lower is because it's still an extremely widely used and popular instrument today. You can't deny why is there a flying sopranino? I wish it was flying sopranino. I can just grab it and then, do a giveaway on my channel. But thank you, GX. You get it. This is what I meant to talk about. Like, the trombone has the same issue as the singers, where it's like a great instrument, very vocal quality, very beautiful, lot of potential. The problem is the slide limits its skill ceiling. It has a relatively high floor and a relatively high ceiling. In general, just like the barrier of entry for the instrument of trombone is like very hard, which prevents a lot of people from wanting to go into it. And even if they do go into it, you need to kind of be just built different to play this instrument in the context that the other instruments can play in. Again, we're talking about the highest levels of jazz, of competitive jazz. In the highest level of competitive jazz, you gotta be ready to play some changes. If you really are playing competitive jazz, you gotta be able to deliver changes with endurance, with versatility. It's rough. You gotta be willing. You gotta not just willing, but you gotta be willing to put in the time. And you also need to get over the partial hurdles. Range is also an issue. Trumpet has a really, we're going to get to trumpet in a minute. Spoiler alert, trumpet is definitely a lot higher. Matter of fact, I'm just going to do this right now since I haven't. We're going to put the first S tier wind instrument. Trumpet is an S tier for a lot of obvious reasons, which I don't have to talk about yet. So I won't talk about that yet. But trombone does not have, trumpet just has a better range. Like a better feasible and commonly attainable range. Well, here's the thing. Trombone has a great range, and there's a bunch of players that can push it, but there's not that many people that are able to do that well. And so, again, if the meta is getting pushed by the players, the meta is pushed by the players, not just the instrument. If the meta was pushed by the instrument itself, this would be looked a little different. But it's pushed by the players that play the instrument and the players that get them on their team, and the instruments that win games against the teams. You must be the criteria for S tier is you got to win games. These instruments in A tier, you can win games with these instruments, but it's just you're up against the wall at a certain point with these instruments to win games. I mean, yeah, Marshall Gills, come on, Elliot Mason, Michael Dees. I mean, my boy John Hanamiya, Corey Wilcox. You kidding me? And then St. Clair Simmons, which y'all really don't know him, but he was the first J Music trombonist. He could play higher still to this day than any trombone player I know. I used to write parts for him above me on alto range. I used to write above. Matter of fact, I kind of want to show you guys actually something. So this is really old, and I don't really like this mix that much anymore. But listen to the Real Folk Blues in A minor. There's a harmony part that I arranged because he's the only, I was spoiled with him. Back in college, he was the only person that I could write, because I wanted harmony above, but I wanted like a very vocal sound. So, trumpet couldn't really fit that vibe for me. It was trombone. Now listen to this. So let me see if I can fast forward. Okay, so see if you can hear this. Woo! To this day, I'm just like, that's my GOAT, bro. I love St. Clair. I've been wanting to do like a revival, with him. I want to like kind of, bring him back and do some more stuff with him. But you again, if an instrument, if you as a person have to be built different for the instrument to be played well, then it's not the instrument, it's the player. The fact of the matter is, you can be an average drummer get gigs. You can be an average bass player, get gigs. You can be an average trumpet player, get gigs. You got to be built different to be a trombone player and keep up at like Giant Steps at 300, Coco at 300. You got to be built different to play those high notes that like, the other instruments could do. You got to be built different. Every single instrument in A tier can win games against S tier instruments if you're built different. But you just got to be built different. Here's the thing. Peter, though, you can have a good sound on trombone and play in an ensemble. There's a difference here. You can get caught, like, if you as a support musician, that remember, S tier instruments are instruments that can win games alone and have historical wins, like landmark historical wins alone on their instrument. Historical wins. And enough of a substantial historical win in order to carry their position in the tier list up here. But trombones are one of the best support classes in the game. Arguably the best. That's why, like, the only reason why Barry is higher is because Barry can just, you don't have to be built different as a Barry player to keep up on Cherokee at 300. You just don't, you don't have to be, like, those type of, like, specialist situations, you don't have to be built different. Like, you have to be built different to be more killing than everybody in your class, but you don't have to be built different to stand up against the other instruments. So it's just slightly above. It just doesn't get an edge against the other instruments that we're going to talk about. So that's just the only problem. Like, again, just to reiterate for people, class like A tier is you can win games, you got to be built different. B tier is not enough people pushing the instrument. Like, but you can, if desired, these instruments can be subbed in for these instruments. Like, nothing wrong with the instrument, just either too difficult of a skill floor to start and like be good in, or they have too many flaws that make them not viable for modern competitive play. C tier is instruments with potential, but they get outclassed by every other instrument above. Or they just have too many niche cases. These are basically your niche case scenario jazz instruments. Like, very niche. B is not so niche. It's just that they just get outclassed by A. C tier is like, they're just too niche. D tier is like, there's no one playing these instruments, and we have no data to tell if these instruments work or not. We have like one recording or like just no data. Like, and then of course, just give up. Sorry, hurdy-gurdy. It's more possible to play a tenor line on trombone accurately and meaningfully than singing. Well, you weren't, yes, but you weren't here when I talked about why vocalists are above, like, and they're almost above guitar. Because of the role the singer has in the jazz band, singers don't have to compete in the same category as the other instruments. If singers had to compete in the same area as all these other instruments, forget it. This is like here. Or like even here. But singers can just sing the tune, the melody, which is like the most important thing in jazz. So they can win games against the audience by themselves. They just have an inherent stat boost. They also have an aura stat boost. That none of these instruments on the list below the singer, below the voice has stat boost. Even guitar has a slightly bigger aura boost than the vocalist. Like, it's like debatable. It's debatable which one stands up, but there are guitarists that can have a bigger aura farm than singers. There are singers that play guitar, and then by the sheer fact that they play guitar, they get a bigger aura boost than if they just played vocal. They just sang. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Let's talk about vibes. That's actually a good. Let's talk about some mallet percussion. All right, mallet percussion players. We have a xylophone here. Xylophone, we're gonna put here. Unfortunately, we're gonna put it next to the percussion. There's no marimba though. Wait, isn't that marimba? It said xylophone in the. Oh, it is marimba. Okay, sorry, it's not a xylophone. Xylophone is this one. Sorry, xylophone is this one. That's xylophone. Xylophone, we're gonna put here. Marimba, I kind of gotta put above percussion. Bruh. Bruh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry. Bruh. I'm sorry, bruh. I'm sorry. Bruh. Give up the Glock before you get the Glock. That's all I'm trying to say, bruh. That's bruh. Who out there pushing jazz Glock? Where Jake Chapman at? Jake Chapman is the only person in the world. Who else out there is pulling up with like 6 different mallet percussion instruments like they're an electric keyboardist, and then hitting everything and then doing 2 notes on the Glock and then going back? Who else out here doing that? Who out here? Okay, you know what? Because of that, bottom of D tier. Because of Jake. Congratulations, Jake Chapman. You have single-handedly pushed the Glockenspiel from just give up tier to D tier. You have successfully carried the instrument on your back. You carry the instrument on your back. You kidding me? What the heck, bro? Who else? Who out here? But you can't play bebop on a Glock. What you doing? You can't. How you play? Who out here playing bebop on a Glock? Who? At least, bruh, C tier. At least the marimba and the xylophone, like tonality and acoustic limitations notwithstanding, they can at least play bebop. You can at least play jazz. You can play chords. You can support. You can be some type of a niche support instrument. What you doing on a Glock? Oh, you did not just say a YN. I can't deal with you. Yeah, man. The only people pushing a Glock are the YNs. I'm done. I'm walking out. I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done with this, man. Only the YNs pushing the Glock. Bro, pull up the smalls with the... No, we're not saying that. With the Splatoon splatter shot. Pull up the smalls. It's okay. If you have a Splatoon splatter shot, that's okay. Do not pull up ever to any session with anything that even remotely sounds like a Glock, okay? Just don't even do that. Just don't do that. Yeah, demonetized, right? Like basically almost immediately demonetized. I hope me saying that did not get me demonetized, actually. I'm really hoping. Because like I'm not monetizing the stream, but I want to at least, get something out of making this tier list for later. Unless I have to just edit myself out of this. Yeah, and I play at Smalls tomorrow. That's what I'm like, come on, bro. Yeah, like, bring this thing. Choose peace. If you want to bring this thing, if you want to bring this instrument, do it. I'm not saying that word. Granny got blown up by a book. And I hit the kablow, kablooey. Shakuhachi. I mean, that would also be in D tier specifically because Zach Zinger is like the one guy like pushing it. So, but yeah, modern. Oh yeah, so the last instrument, vibes. Man, so there's a lot of people put the instrument. Here's the thing: no matter how much you push this instrument, you still can't get over the fact that it's still that instrument. I can't with a straight face and in all like good conscience as like a faithful like analysis of the jazz meta with all of the qualities and stats notwithstanding, right? Like keeping that all in mind, I can't put vibes above these instruments. Like but I have to still put it in A tier. It at least for right now, maybe above flute. That's the only instrument I think I can put it above. So the reason why, like, I was highly considering putting vibes in B because the instrument just doesn't carry enough on its own, and it also is very hard to like. The instrument kind of just when vibes show up to a lobby, that the team must play around them now. The team is now, like, it's a great support, but it's a support that wants to be seen. That's the only issue with Vibes, is that, like, it's great percussion. It can comp, but the sound is so specific, it even goes below guitar. The sound is so specific that it's a support that brings attention to itself. So it's hard for me to, like, reliably, I'm like battling between putting it above or below flute. The reason why I don't want to put it in B tier is because that would be saying that the Vibes are a worse instrument or, like, comparable to the electric bass in a modern jazz context. And that's absolutely false. Like, that's ridiculously false. Like, think about all the great Vibes players that are playing right now. Joel Ross, Sasha. I mean, even people that are still alive doing stuff. Steve Nelson. I mean, like, bro, like, historical, incredible vibraphonists going back from time, like Gary Burton, Bobby Hutcherson, Lionel Hampton. I mean, it's the instrument has its place, but the problem is the instrument also wants to be a star. So, like, it cannot, if it's going to be relegated to a general context in a competitive space to have enough fundamental, like, the instrument cannot perform the fundamentals of a jazz. It cannot perform the basic fundamentals that a role like a piano does, which again we haven't gotten to yet. It cannot perform the roles, the basic fundamentals that a piano can do as well as a piano without getting in the way and without bringing attention to itself. So it stands out a lot in the sense that the show is about that instrument now. That's the only problem. It sucks because the instrument is so cool, but again, like, it's not a piano. But it's also not a pure percussion instrument. It has a lot more versatility because it can both be amplified. It can carry without amplification. It has an incredible sustainability. It can play melodies. It can be percussive if it wants to. It's a very versatile instrument. But again, it suffers a similar fate as guitar in that the sound is too specific and it demands attention to itself. And it can only really go 80 to 80. It can really, even lower. It can really only go 75% in contexts that don't feature it as an exclusive feature. It can get in the way. Because most of the time when there's a vibraphonist in a band with other instruments like piano and guitar, the only way for the vibraphonist to be a good support, like as a proper support, is to sometimes just not play. Most of the time, the vibraphonist has to choose when to switch roles with the other instruments. Guitar and piano sometimes do that. Like there's a way to, like, one time you play, one time you don't play. But guitar and piano can work really well for each other, especially in more, like, you know, other patches like the 3.0 patch, especially the 3.0 patch. If you're talking about, like, acoustic guitar in a 3.0 patch setting, the guitar and the piano player can play this at the same time. The guitars can just switch the play style to buff the effect, the harmonic effect of the piano, and now the entire band's getting stat support. Now you got more rhythmic stat support and you got harmonic stat support. That's an OP buff. That's one of the reasons why Count Basie's band was one of the best players in the game. They had that support. They innovated that support. And so that's one of the reasons why that band was one of the only big bands to reliably survive through the 4.0 patch, the 5.0 patch, and the 6.0 patch, and even continued to claim victories in tournaments in the 7.0 patch. GOAT, one of the GOATed bands. Freddie Green. I mean, we want to talk about, like, you know, usually players, they say the players have, like, a kind of a time in the light, in the spotlight, you know, and then they retire. Freddie Green, 50 years in the game, doing the best one to do his role. Players couldn't step to him. Everybody, and we're still trying to do that. Count Basie's band being a singular player. Well, like, you know, they're a team. Sure. They're one of the best esports teams. I mean, bro, if they were around right now, yeah, freaking what? Team Liquid, TSM, Cloud9, they would get picked up. They would easily be picked up, and they'd be one of the highest paid players in the game, for sure. And even to this day, the legacy band, like, it might not be the original players, but the team is still hiring new players that want to still be on the team. And still to this day, they're one of the longest running big bands, and they just won a Grammy for a big band project. That's kind of OP, bro. That's kind of OP to still be winning games in the current meta while playing a legacy console and playing a legacy game. You're still winning games. That's why you can't knock legacy formats. You can't knock legacy formats, bro. That's why people still to this day are playing legacy formats. But they are the undisputed kings of 3.0, for sure. Like, and in terms of like who survived the longest. But the problem is, Vibes can't do that. Vibes can't do that. Vibes can't play all 4 quarter notes, right, and stay out of the way. They also can't play long notes and comp while the piano's comping without clashing with their voicings or chords or whatever. You know, so the team has to be, if you're going to build a support comp around the Vibes as your support instrument, you got to build the entire comp around the instrument, or they're going to be an underutilized player on the team. That's the problem. And you don't want to have such an underutilized instrument there just taking up space that could be taken up by a better support. So that's why it's hard. And that's why I'm tempted to put it even below flute, because flute doesn't have to worry about, like, in its class as a lightweight, like, scout class, as a lightweight, fast, speedy scout class that also has potential healing capabilities. This instrument does its job better than the Vibes does its job. So that's the reason why it's like, it's hard. But again, all these instruments, if you build different, you can win games. You can win games if you build different. But you know what? I finally decided. Flute's gonna go below the Vibes, just simply because the Vibes has the percussive element, and flute can really only be heard above the band in the upper register. So the sonic element means that with all the power it has, it still loses range. It just doesn't have range, right? Like, it has musical range. It doesn't have attack range. The attack range, as the like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it has a wide range of attacks it can do, but the area of effect is very small. It can't. That's the problem. The Vibes has a much longer range to perform the task that it wants to do on the team that it plays on. So, what the heck is this thing? It's just like a pan flute. Okay. I mean, are there chromatic pan flutes? What the heck? What in the what? Bro, excuse me? What the heck am I looking at? What the heck? What am I looking at? Yo, Arson, wait. Hear me out. No, wait. No way. This is a video of a dude. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the crazy thing. The problem with 8.5 patch meta, and the reason why it's so hard for me to talk about it, and why it's taking so long, is because you can do anything. Technically, you can do anything in this meta if you have enough time. It's about the viability in the meta. It's about the viability to get called and to win games against the audience. Like, that's so that's the only thing. So I mean, with that being said, there's potential. I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. Wait, why is there? Have I looked this up before, or did somebody hack me? Why is there like a red line in here? There's no way I watched this. Maybe I might have. I don't know. Wait, chromatic pan flute promo video. What is hard to play on pan flute? Is she shredding? Guys, is this girl shredding? Yo, Nico, yeah, you turned it the best time. We're talking about the competitive viability of a chromatic pan flute in jazz. Yeah, right, piano flute. It looks like a piano, doesn't it? That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, 4.3 million. Well, of course it's gonna get 4.3 million views, because who the freaking heck is gonna do? Well, maybe that's why it's good. I guess that's why, like, you know, like, maybe she's shredding on it.
What people think is hard to play on pan flute.
Wait. What? Bro, what you mean you can't play changes? How you gonna tell? You ain't. What you mean you can't play changes?
What is actually hard to play on pan flute?
I mean, she doing vibrato on the joint too, though, bro. Bro, she doing vibrato on the joint, though. Bro. Nah, bro. Nah, that is not a give up tier. That's a man. That, you know what, bro? That's higher than Glock. That's higher. That's higher than the Glockenspiel. That right there. You in, bruh. Are you serious? Bruh. No, it's not higher than no trumpet. But I'm just saying, bro. Did you hear that? Nah, bro. I think, bro, if Erhu can play freaking John Coltrane, then somebody got to get out there and do it. They just got to do the thing. Wait, you said they can play Donna Lee? Hold up. Bro. Where you see pan flute on Donna Lee? I don't see. Hey, wait. Who? Wait. You said first one? Oh, this. Okay, I just saw like oh my. Okay, all right. I love it already. Arson getting schooled. Let's run that back. let's Look at the way I can't deal with the way he's moving. I can't deal with the way. Bruh. Like with the aimbot. Bro, I can't. Bro, what? How did bro wake up? Bro, how did bro wake up and decide, you know what? I want to play jazz. But the only instrument I got is a pan flute. Bro woke up and said, I can't, bro, out of all the, where do you live? Bro, my man came out of the frozen tundra, the frozen mountains of Siberia. Freaking herding some type of mammals and farming with his nomadic tribe and said, I'm playing Charlie Parker. He said, I'm playing Changes today. What? Who decides that they're gonna play pan flute? Bro, I can't. My mind is in another dimension right now. My mind is in a completely different space that I could ever imagine being in. What is? Don't say that. And this is the slowed down video. Bro, get out of here. Bro, what in the world is that? What is that movement? No one's ever come into the game with that kind of movement before. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, this is exactly why I said, y'all, that this is not in this is the just give up tier. I had a hunch. I said, hey, if there's chromatic pan, see, I've been in the game long enough. I told you, man, I got 15 years of competitive jazz experience. Right? I've been in this game for a long time. I can recognize potential. And I saw this right here would mess up. The thing is, no one. Here's the thing. Even on me, I'm taking damage. Everybody, this is an instant. This type of thing. If you can come out, I'm speechless. If you can come out to the game, you show up to the tournament, and you show up, you put that thing up. No, who practices? Who labs out combos against the pan flute? Who is labbing out mental? Who's prepared for that? No one's labbing like winning matchups. What's the win-loss, bro? This instrument has like a 0 to 5,000 matchup against every instrument in the game. Yeah, it just proved that we just don't know the winning matchup yet. We don't actually don't know the matchup. We just don't know it. So when he come in and somebody dealing, people going to start practicing for it. Thank you, bro. Look at what JS said. Beating the game from the start menu. That's exactly what is happening. You beating the game from the start menu, bro. What? And he's wearing shades on stage. He's like, yeah, I'm a cool MF. You can't do nothing about it. He's like, I don't even need to see you. He's like, bruh, this is just flow state. It's like, you can't, I know I'm going to win. No, you didn't, no, the way he put, bro, you can't aura boost yourself like that. Did you see the aura boost he just got? Bro, I'm going crazy over here. Did you see that? Did you see that? Bro, my man said, and what? He said, and what? How do you think? Bro, he knows the meta. He's like, bro, forget the meta. He said, this thing right here, bro. He said, nah, this tier list, F your tier list. I'm playing pan flute. Bro, all right. Okay. I love that. We see the fit. That's what I'm saying. We see the fit. It's like, all right. Look at it, bro. In case you missed it, let's back up a little bit so you can see this. I have never been. I have never been more appalled. I've never been more affected. This is the biggest upset in the history of the meta. This has to be. This has to be. There's no, bro, across the metas. Like, this is, what? Bro, this gotta be the biggest upset. Bro, yeah, let's hear. You know what? That's true. Let's hear him play some changes. Cause listen, if there's anything I learned from the big upset that Paul Hansen brought to the table with Jazz Bassoon, if I know anything about that, the upset he brought there, then the cats who can do this, they spent time. So they coming in, they're like, I'm not gonna reveal my secrets till it's time to reveal it. So they gotta have something behind them. But with aura like that, he better not disappoint. Let's go. Bruh. Hey, wait. Hey. What's this? Hey, what was happening? What happened? I mean, like, this is it's still cool sounding music, but what? What happened? Hey, wait. What happened? No, we gotta hear it, bro. Oh. 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 He let us think that we had the advantage. He gave that bro. What did they do, bro? Bro, he conditioned me. He hit me with a low sweep 3 times, so I blocked low. So I decided to start blocking low, and he just hit me with an overhead. He conditioned me to get hit with an overhead. Bro, I got faked out. I got hit with an overhead. Just like that, easy, bro. God. Hey. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of how this melody is being played, that's not the point. The point is that, like, he's smiling. I'm out of here, bro. He knows he's winning. He's like, have y'all seen Frostbite 2019? Or was it 2020? 2019, right? Frostbite 2019, Prodigy Mario versus MK Leo's Joker. Have y'all seen the way that he 3-stocked MK Leo? Did y'all see that? That with Mario, it's the craziest. It's the craziest. Like the stylistic. It's crazy. It's crazy. I want y'all to. If y'all haven't seen this yet, I want you to see real quick just how intense this joint is. Like, bro, yeah. Okay, it was 2020, bro. Y'all need to see just this is what he did.
Losers, we'll keep you guys updated,
bro.
With that.
Y'all need to check. I need to go to the game, bro. Like, there's one game. I think it's on Town and City. Bro. Just look at this game real quick. Look at this game, bro. No, okay, no, it's the Smashville. I thought it was Town and City. Smashville. Look at this game on Smashville, bro. Look at this.
Now it's backstage at Genesis. You know, of course he lost the top 8. You know, and usually, like, you can usually see it on players' faces.
Yep, Leo doing his normal stuff.
It's a vibe check, yeah. MK Leo's case, he was just kind of like, all right, man, I lost. Like,
this match.
Now I got to hit the drawing board, man. I got to figure some stuff out. So
yeah, always giving props to MK Leo about that. He's been very mature.
Yeah! This setup is so good.
But it looks like he's looking. What that was?
Oh my God, that was filthy. That was just filthy.
Holy moly.
God dang, man, Prodigy is just, he said, I don't care. Best player in the world, worst player in the world, I don't care, man. Everybody's catching the fade. And that's the type of mindset you have got to have, especially as a young competitor like Prodigy. You got to have that I don't care who you are type of attitude.
Bro, the way he's moving and keeping up, he was like, you thought I got it, but I'm going to get you.
Nice. Speaking of the distance, going the distance right there to get back to the list. Yes, and shout out to Mexico.
Yeah, because Prodigy actually is Mexican as well. So, like, the players from over there,
bro, the movement
players are so good at getting really well, especially regardless of who lives in the region.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna, yep, classic.
And he gets the
classic.
From it.
That's
a move that you would think that
classic.
You would not see in tournament, but it just came out right there.
Yeah, sometimes it just works like that. Nice, and Arsene is here, right? So obviously he can cut this lead a little bit in half. And Arsene looks like he's going to be here.
So I didn't mean 3-stock, I meant 3-0.
Not electing to get up close and personal and get his hands dirty. Nothing wrong with that. A couple of other exchanges in the last game where Arsene was online, you know, he kind of had the lead, so he didn't really have to worry about approaching in terms of stocks. But
there's something that he does at the end here that I want to.
All right, I like how MKLeo's just jumping in. Don't want to completely waste the
Yeah. It's over here.
The back here, he could play the long game. I feel like we really have a switch in just, you know, momentum right here from MKLeo as well. I mean, Prodigy has just been such a formidable force here in this set, but MKLeo just electing to, you know, go for more side special, go for more guns, but it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Oh, goodness. Hit a reset. No. Wow, was not able to continue right there. And has to watch out for Arsene, looking for that back air.
Oh, I love that. Great patience, yes.
Bruh. All that just happened there is what he's doing right here. all of that just happened is what he's doing to us right now. Mario equals pan flute. First of all, I've never heard like an arrangement of Donna Lee. Like that's not swing. Uh-oh, he about to solo. And he changed keys, by the way. We're in C now. He's really all over the place. So anyway. Thank you, Arson. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It happens every time. It happens to the best of us. Bro, that was a smooth scale right there, bro. Come on, bro. Did y'all hear that triplet? Wow, dude. Ooh, it got range too, bro. He like overblown to get the range, bro. I'm sorry. Bruh. I can't put this thing above the Chapman stick, bruh. I can't put this thing, but it has to go above the ocarina. It's still in D tier. I'm sorry, but it's still in D tier. But simply because who else in the world? This is the only person in the world pushing this prehistoric Turok controller. Dude, I'm not putting this. Every instrument in C tier is an instrument that has a niche case scenario that can still be called in jazz for like niche cases, and you still might actually see them get called sometimes. Matter of fact, I gotta put English. I still put English horn up here because like there's still some like niche situations, like third stream situations. Who the heck is calling for a pan flute? Listen, if this was a Damien Dragici or Dragici, however you pronounce his name, if this is a Damien pan flute tier list, yeah, of course it's a B at the freaking S plus triple plus tier. But come on, bro. It's at least above ocarina. Like, is that a contrabass sax in C tier? That is a bass sax. Okay, tin whistle. I don't even know what I don't even remember what a tin whistle even sounds like. I'm putting it underneath the pan flute just because I don't know who's pushing jazz tin whistle. Is anybody pushing jazz tin whistle? Am I just ignorant? Who's pushing jazz tin whistle right now? Foolish Frankie is pushing jazz tin whistle. Check out Damien playing Donnelly on a tin whistle. Now y'all gonna be saying, hey man, check out Damien playing You and the Night in the Music on a roll of toilet paper. Hey guys, check out Damien Dragici playing playing If I Had You on dental floss. Like what y'all mean? Like he just got everything? Like, does he play everything? What? Check the man with the tin whistle. Did he just play the things you find in the back drawer in your band director's office in the band room? Like, they just play like those things, like, you know, it got like the dusty handle, and like it's like for the little kids to like teach music education. Like, he just said, you know what? I thought these were the instruments. Like, you guys played those as the beginning band instruments. These were just the instruments where I come from. Like, these are just the instruments. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? I'm done. Okay, all right. Damien Dracula flow. Wait, he's kind of like Drac. This jazz ain't nothing to me, man. We smoking pan flutes. Tin whistle. And he's Romanian. Get out of here, bro. So he's literally Dracula flow. This is literally... he's saying this ain't nothing to me. I mean, he is the Dracula flow of jazz. The ancient Peruvian pack. Bro's a satyr. Bro, the jazz satyr. You said he got tin whistle? Where the tin whistle? Wait, is this the same guy or a different guy? No. Oliver Wolf got to it before. He knows. Wait, giant steps? No. 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 What? No. 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 I give up. Bro, anybody who thought you had a bro, I'm telling you, like, imagine you think you got a career in jazz. Imagine you think you got something, and then this guy just comes and just takes all your gigs. He just comes in and it's just like, bro, you can't. What are you doing? He walks in the room holding a pan flute, bro. You know what? Thank you, Dan. How do I make a tier? How do I make a tier? Do I have to exit the tier view? I don't want to do that. Oh, got it. Okay. Add a row below. I think this deserves like its own tier. Like I think it deserves its own. There's nothing can really go like it's pan flute, dude. Like it's pan flute tier. Like it's just pan flute. Like bro, like what? Like as if Damien. I love that. As if Damien is so good. Bro, put it above S tier. You won't do it. You won't put pan flute above S tier. All right, am I gonna be reasonable? If I'm gonna be reasonable, I'm all right. If I'm gonna be reasonable about this, that's where I'd put it. But I do like S if Damien. I do like that. We're gonna do that. Like that makes sense. How do I ignore the spelling? No, don't do that. Bro, we need Damien Draghici or Draghici. I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing his name totally wrong. I'm sorry for my Romanian friends out there. We need him to usher in 9.0. Yo, 8.51 optional update, bro. This is. I just. This completely messed me up. This completely messed me up. Bro, this sounds like me typing in a solo into Finale, you know, like Finale or Sibelius when I was in college, and just like listening to the MIDI and just changing the instrument to. This sounds like a high school or college jazz band assignment in the DAW, like MuseScore or whatever that you use, and you just change the instrument. That's what this sounds like. Because there's nothing else I can think of in my head that sounds even close to this. What sounds close to this in any universe? It sounds like a Mario 64 Silver Gunner riff. That's what I'm saying. Like modern, exactly. It's modern, bro. It's modern, dude. Damien is a former member of the European Parliament. Former, he could have made some changes if he stayed in there. Could have made the national instrument the pan flute. Made made an entire army of Romanian jazz pan flute players that all moved to New York. like year after year, and like audition, and then the jazz schools across America have to start making degrees, like opening up degree programs for jazz pan flute. That's the real political change we need in America. Is jazz pan flute bachelor's and master degrees. Wine Army, he can do it alone. He has the power. He has the power to do it himself. That was his political tagline too. I don't just play changes. I make changes. Oh, bars! Arson with the bars. Wait, look at his Wikipedia page. Damien is a Romanian musician of Romania. Okay, he's a musician. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's really cool though. Man, that's so cool, man. Europe just got that art buff, bro. Like, there's so many like cool the history of Europe is just so much art. It's like there's like so much documentation of just like the like art families and like art. It's like that's why every time I go to Europe, it's different. Y'all just built different, man. Y'all got an unfair aura buff to the fact that like art is like built into you guys' like culture and like sometimes political like things. It's freaking incredible. I love that. No games, no pamphlet. Exactly. You started to play that music in the playing pan pipes in nightclubs when he was 15. Some fellas just gave me a copy of the real book. Was like, get out of here, bro. He really, bro. The thing that I joked about was actually true. There's no way, bro. The thing that I talked about was true. I was joking. What? He was playing pan pipes in nightclubs, and then some fellow just gave me say, bro, you're pretty killing. You should learn some jazz, bro. Hey man, you pretty killing. You should learn some tunes. Which led to learning jazz and just becoming obsessed with jazz. Not changing the instrument to play like a jazz, like a typical jazz instrument, like a top tier jazz instrument, like saxophone or whatever, or bass or drums or whatever. No, pan flute. And he went to Berkeley, and Berkeley is the only school that would accept that because you can go to school like for just music straight up. You can just like go for music. What in the world, dude? School offered him a full scholarship. Of course, Bruh, if a homeboy, homegirl, or home person, whatever you assign it as, come up to you, playing some changes, burning and shredding on pan flute, and he's what you gonna do? Sorry, man, we only give you like quarter tuition. Sorry, I can't give you room. Put him on you better give him a full scholarship and give him the degree without even having to he already beat jazz. You don't have to, he beat the entire game. No one can step to him. So why would you even have him go through school? What? Preaching the gospel. Now you're preaching a real book in 3000 BC. That's what I'm saying, man. My man is herding goats. My man is herding goats to the key of D flat major. And he graduated summa cum laude. My man, he said, I got straight A's. He said, I'm the best in my... How do you get anything less? How do you get anything less when you're a pan flute major? Like what? What? Well, there became... Bro, this guy's a legend, dude. No. In 2004, James. No, not guys. I gotta finish this tier list today. This is not gonna. We should do a separate stream on Damien because we're gonna have to do it. We need to find James Brown featuring pan flute. Cyndi Lauper and Shaggy. I'll go on mute, John. I play pan flute in my reggae band. Hey, brethren. Yeah, the pan flute. What are you do? What are you do? What are you doing? What are you do? What are you do? What? Who are you? Diane Shore? Really? Bro, who are you? And remember the all right, there's some people in life that are not just built different, they're just different, period. Like they're just like bugs in the game that need to be patched out. But like, you know, we just accept it. Like, you know how Melee is different because like they found an exploit to wave dash? Yeah, he's the guy that found the exploit. He's the guy that found the exploit that lets you wave dash. It's crazy. It's unbelievable, dude. It's crazy. All right. We have to finish the tier list. It's we must finish. All right. So loot, I mean, technically you can play chromatic on loot, right? Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could try. I mean, no one's pushing jazz loot. I'm gonna put it in oud tier, but below oud because we don't have any historic. I don't know. Like we don't have any historic jazz milestone recordings like John Coltrane with the oud. So, bagpipes. I mean, same thing above ocarina. I can't really do that. I'm trying to get all the low tiers out of the way for now. Lap steel guitar. I mean, lap steel guitar. Like, it's one of my favorite instruments. Is this a blues tier list? Yeah, it's going way up. But no, that's not what I'm saying. That Arson. There's actual recording of bebop bagpipes. I know it exists. I know for a fact it exists. I just haven't seen it. But like, I get all right. Just on merit of that alone, we're gonna put it above ocarina. But I still have yet to hear any tin whistle. So just on the possibility of it being able to play stuff, I'll put it above ocarina. But bagpipes is I like bagpipes. I like bagpipes. I actually really like the instrument. I think it's a cool instrument. So I can't diss it. Current meta, clarinet. That's hard, but current meta, guys. I gotta put it above bass clarinet, and that's it. No higher. Clarinet suffers the same issue. The only reason why it's above bass clarinet is because it's still more widely played and more widely used. It's more widely used. That's like obvious. Clarinet is an instrument that does not have all of the same volume issues, but it has timbral issues. It's also an extremely difficult instrument to play. It's harder than bass clarinet, but it's a really common double for big bands. It's really common double for especially for tenor players. It holds its own in playing bebop. There's still players playing the instrument today. This instrument's not dead. It's very much so alive, but it gets outclassed by the saxophone for the same reason that it got outclassed by the saxophone by the 3.0 patch. The 3.0 patch basically said that, yeah, clarinet, you're not obsolete, but you're a solo instrument now. Saxophone's a utility instrument. Saxophone has more utility than the clarinet. So that's kind of one of the reasons why. Again, and the other thing is that, again, just like these other instruments on this tier list, it has a hard time winning games. Like, are you really going to put the clarinet as an instrument above any of the saxophones except for, like, I don't know, these niche ones? Like, we're gonna, okay, let me not talk about the saxophones yet. I'm not gonna talk about the saxophones yet. That's a special surprise. So, but yeah, clarinet goes there for that reason. It's the prototype to the saxophone. Saxophone would not exist. The clarinet walks so the saxophone could run, but the saxophone is running really fast. and it's just running really fast. Clarinet is a specialist instrument. That's the only issue. That's the reason why it's below. And I still put it below trombone because even though it can play faster, it cannot play louder. It also cannot, even in the other thing about trombone is that like it has the multiplication buff. Basically meaning that if you duplicate the instrument, the more trombones you have, the better support you have for your band. Trombone is one of those instruments that like everyone loves a good trombone chord. Are you serious? Clarinets sound really cool when you multiply them, but they don't add anything to the band except for more wood texture. But the trombone has a lot going for it. And again, if you're built different, you can cut a really like Corey Wilcox, Wycliffe Gordon, Elliot Mason. An impressive trombone is way more impressive than an impressive clarinet. You're gonna have an attack bonus against the audience, like the opponent, which is the audience. You're gonna have an attack bonus against the audience automatically if you can shred on trombone. It's just automatic. The trombone is just a much more impressive instrument. It's a clunky, clumsy looking, goofy looking thing to people, right? It's associated with brah, but you show it with the freaking brah and showing up with it's like whoa, you start going like what? Like because you don't expect it. It's like you got to just bow down. You kind of when a good trombone player walk in the room and start dealing on some changes, you kind of have to just shut up. Like you kind of have to just like shut up. Like there's a saxophone player coming and playing changes, whatever. Even a clarinet player, if they playing bebop, it sounds great. It's awesome. Like it does. No, everybody's like impressed, but trombone, you start dealing on the trombone, bro. It's just game over. You win. You just win. So trombone cannot be lower than clarinet for that reason. Like, trombonism, yeah, slide off the bone. Like what I told y'all about trombonism. Anyway, harp. Harp's in C tier, but I don't know where to put it in C tier. I'll put a harp above English horn. That makes the most sense to me. There are some harp players out there that are really killing, actually. Like there's some harp players really killing, but it's a really sensitive instrument, first of all. Like you have to make room for it sonically and physically. It's a difficult instrument to learn how to play properly, and there's not enough context where it makes sense. Well, you can play chromatically, bro. Have you seen like chromatic harp? Have you seen players shred on harp, bro? I've seen some harp players, bro. I have seen some harp players. And exactly, see, modern harps can be amplified too. Exactly, that's why they're above. Yeah, there's no way you can put a harp below like marimba and all that kind of stuff. The reason why marimba and xylophone are below vibes is one because they get outclassed. But like those instruments also like they don't carry the same way. Like they don't have the sustain buff that vibes has. Their timbre is too weak to be in ensembles, like to be in jazz, the typical jazz ensemble. You have to play around them, and who's gonna spec around a marimba or a xylophone? If you're specking around those instruments, like you're already in a space where the meta doesn't matter. Like you're already in a space where it doesn't matter. But freaking harp, bro, I've seen some harp, bro. I have seen some harp go off. It's like actually crazy. So yeah, a lot of respect. Also, I've been trying to figure it out. Is this a slide trumpet? Is this slide trumpet? I've been trying. Can we call it slide trumpet? Because I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out like what else it is. Like, I'm pretty sure this is just slide trumpet. Soprano trombone. Piccolo trombone. Yeah, like. Look, that's true. Look at the image text. That's true. Piccolo trombone. Yeah. All right. So it says piccolo trombone, but in jazz we call it slide trumpet. So there needs to be a Wycliffe Gordon tier. Is there a Wycliffe Gordon tier? Because he's the only one playing it. So I'm just like, I gotta put it in C. Like C is the situation. Like B is like the can be viable but very situational tier, and C is the niche tier. So like, I mean, I gotta put it like, I guess above. I mean, I gotta put it here. I gotta put it above recorder because it's still technically easier to play than recorder. There's just no one pushing the instrument. It has all the benefits of trombone, like being very vocal, but also has the same limitations as trombone, but worse because it doesn't have the same like sonic resonance that trombone has. Being in the tenor trombone is like the perfect sonic resonance, right? Like, and it's still going to be below bass trombone because it has less utility. The slide trumpet just gets outclassed by trumpet. The slide trumpet is in every way a worse trumpet. It's and the timbre of the instrument it sounds goofy. Even when Wycliffe, the greatest slide trumpet player in the world, probably, still, the timbre still doesn't fit like anything. Like, the trumpet just has an advantage. Like, the valves help it. Like, the instrument's like construction helps it. It gets outclassed in every way by the trumpet, even with Wycliffe playing it. So there's really nothing you can do about it. Like, it's unfortunate, but you can't really do anything about it. So it's there. It's easy. Is this a koto? It is a koto. Wow. Okay, I was right. Okay. Koto. So all right. So to my knowledge, I'm the only person in the world that has made sax and koto jazz blend on my Persona 5 album, Metagroove. And technically, there is jazz application. Wait, the band Hiroshima has done that? Wow. Okay, great. But if you look up Kento Iwasaki, right? Like, so there's two versions of this. There's mine from the album, which I like way better, and then there's like the video. Of course, I'm removing my bias for the entire list. I'm just saying, with that in mind, right? I still have to show you, just like I showed you before, like you should see, this is not bebop koto, but it's in a context that can be used. I'm still gonna put it in D tier. It's not just give up because there's, but you should see, it's just really cool to me. Let me see. Yeah. I love Koto, and I miss Kento, man. He's awesome. I wonder if like when I come in, like we play together. Yeah. Yeah, this blend, yeah. So check out his solo. Like, this is fusion. This is like, if I think of fusion, I think of this. It's basically fusion. It's real fusion. Like, you're literally fusing cultures. Yeah, I love that. I just love that so much. So that being said, I had to just make that known. Like, there technically exists a place for Koto. And bro, his solo on the recording is even better. Like, the blend that we dialed in on the recording is like even better. Like, this is like one of my top 3 tracks on the album that people don't talk about enough. Like, people talk about the other ones. This is my favorite one. Like, this is my favorite recording. I love that blend. Like, still to this day, I wish that I could play more Koto. Like, not play more, but play with more Koto. Like, I want to write music for Koto and saxophone. Like, just like a whole album of it. Because it's just so good, man. It's so good. And his solo on this is just like, yeah. I mean, like, how many koto improvisers do you know, right? Like, you know, but yeah, I mean, it's an instrument that it can't really be pushed. Like, I can't, just because it's been on like some jazz adjacent music, like, you know, it just doesn't mean that it can be a jazz instrument, right? It's just that no one's pushed it. So D is like, no one's doing anything or made any advancements enough to make it worth. So that's why it's going to be there. Ukulele bass. I don't know why this is even a thing. I don't even want to rank it. Like, I just don't. I just don't want to even. Like, it's. But you know what's funny about it? Y'all are going to laugh at me. Y'all are going to laugh at me. What if I told you that ukulele bass was above electric bass? What if I told you that U bass is above electric bass? How would you react to that, dude? Ukulele bass. I have played with musicians. It basically, they also like colloquially call it a travel bass. It's like a travel upright. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. U bass has the advantage of being a hold instrument. Guys, it is a semi-hollow instrument. A U bass is semi-hollow. It has the advantage of having the slightly percussive edge and sound that the electric bass doesn't have. It has a slight edge over the bass by fitting better in a jazz context. I would rather swing with a player who has a ukulele bass than a traditional electric bass. I would further call a uke bass player. Of course, I'm not sponsored at all. I think that instrument works better in jazz than electric bass. Absolutely. No, I'm not putting it in T. You guys can't convince me anything. I made my decision. In jazz, the ukulele bass is a more viable instrument to be called by a jazz musician. I mean, both of those instruments are still getting outclassed by upright. Both of them. But I think that if you wanted to make a case for being a jazz bass player and you did not want to play upright or you can't, pick up a ukulele bass instead. Record with it. Play with people on it. And see, you guys don't understand. It's basically like amping, like it's basically putting a pickup on an acoustic guitar, but lower. Uke bass is it. You can't agree with this? That's fine. But you really would rather play with electric bass over the slightly wood sound of a ukulele bass? That's me. That's me, bro. Yeah, but here's the thing. In the current meta right now, I know for a fact that most players would if they heard these two instruments, they would much rather play with a uke bass. I've seen it. Exactly. The timbre of U bass has no downsides, dude. The timbre of U bass fits much better in jazz. It doesn't. Remember the thing we were talking about? Don't forget this. Remember this? The problem that this has, the electric bass has this problem. Ukulele bass is closer to this than this. Ukulele bass does not have the same issues. Now, sonic preference, like if you're talking about the tone of the instrument, right? That's up to personal preference. If we're talking about its viability in the music as an instrument, this has way more viability than this on any given day. Okay, Arson, that's fine. You don't have to agree with everything I said. But this to me, this has an edge over the electric bass. Melodica. I mean, it's melodica. It's melodica. It's neither here nor there. It's it's a novelty instrument. It only has 2 octaves, and you can't extend it like a MIDI keyboard. You're limited even if you want to comp on it. It's not really. It's like I can't even reliably put it in B tier. I have to put it on maybe on top of C tier. I can't even do that. I have to put it like below tuba. Tuba still has way more application than a melodica. Melodica the same place as harmonica for me? Absolutely not. Not to me. No way. No. Harmonica has way more to me, harmonica, like melodica is an easier to play instrument. Harmonica is a much more serious instrument. Harmonica also has more legacy support and more metas. Melodica does not. Harmonica has more application. Harmonica has more wins documented. Way more. That's the thing. You need more documented wins. The top player in the melodica meta is always, or meta, but the top player in the meta on melodica is John Batiste, and like bar none, I would say. And even he doesn't really play bebop publicly anymore. Like he doesn't really. That's not what he chooses to do as his main thing. Like he can still do it. He can do it, but what's above harmonica? It's a C melody. Yeah, I just couldn't find a good. I wanted to use Frankie Trumbauer as a picture for C melody, but yeah, in terms of just like viability in the meta, it's not. Doesn't do enough. Harmonica is a much more widely documented instrument for that. What is this? Mandolin? Yeah, it's a mandolin. Is mandolin chromatic? I forgot. I mean, but either way, it's like so. Regardless if it's chromatic or not, it doesn't matter. It's so unbelievably situational that like it's down here with these instruments. Like, like I guess mandolin is a great instrument. It sounds beautiful. Like I love mandolin, but like you're not. Who's calling? Like who's? If we're talking today's meta, there's way more players playing melodica. Yeah, but there's maybe, but harmonica still has more versatility than the melodica, and it's still not a novelty instrument. I just personally would put. I don't know. You know what? I don't think I would put it below oboe. I think I need to switch around where oboe is. I have to put oboe down here, and then put melodica like here. I'll give you low B tier, but it has to be the bottom of B tier. Like it is fair. There are more people playing the instrument. You're right. But I can't put it above euphonium. There's actual like well documented jazz euphonium on many records, including Freddie Hubbard. Right. That's like probably the most well known evidence of jazz euphonium, like Ready for Freddie. But yeah, there are players pushing it. It's true. It's just I don't think it has the same. I don't think it goes above harmonica for me. Wow, we're getting to the good stuff. Okay, French horn. While we're at it, French horn. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it like it's middle of B tier. There's not enough people pushing the instrument. I actually went to school with a great French horn player, Tim Gallagher. Great, like fun fact, in my year at MSM, my class at MSM, there were no trumpet players, only trombone players. Like literally only trombone players. Trombone, sax, no piano, no trumpet, no piano, just sax, trombone, bass, drums. Like that was it. But we had a jazz French horn player. And there are a lot of killing French horn players. The only reason why French horn is like down, like below the other instruments, it should be obvious, but the only reason why it's down there is because it doesn't project as much. And even if you play one like mellophone, there's a case to be made. But again, it's still in B because it's about viability and who's pushing in the meta. There's no one pushing mellophone. But in terms of like French horn itself, if we're judging straight up French horn, French horn and bass trombone have been used in the same frequency in big bands. Like Stan Kenton, Quincy Jones. Did Thad Jones ever use French horn in his band? I don't know, but in 5.0 patch, French horn was actually a nice niche meta pick. French horn was like kind of A tier in that time period. Like it was a pretty decent Pretty decent. I was about to say weapon. Pretty decent instrument to pick. But French horn's a cool instrument. It's a cool instrument. It just doesn't project the same way trumpet does. Its timbre is more of a blending timbre than a projecting timbre. It doesn't really cut through anything. It gets outclassed by the trumpet. It gets outclassed by the trombone for the same type of mellow timbre that it has. Do I put it? I mean, euphonium is like down here. I need to move euphonium up. I'm gonna put euphonium, but even then, there's more evidence in the meta and history of French horn than there is euphonium. I can't really put it above. I'll put it here. I think that makes more sense if I'm gonna order that. French horn has actually more applications than you think. Flugelhorn is interesting. Now, flugelhorn. You want to talk about what outclasses French horn? Flugelhorn outclasses French horn in the exact intended application. But flugelhorn's not a trumpet. I know we got a lot of incredible. We love flugelhorn out here. We love flugelhorn out here. But flugelhorn's not a trumpet. I'm having a hard time putting it next to the trumpet. Again, we're talking about winning games. Flugelhorn is in A tier. Somewhere in here. I'd say right here. I'd say flugelhorn's right here. Flugelhorn has all the advantages of the trumpet. Well, sorry. Flugelhorn has most of the advantages of the trumpet, but not all of them. And one of the reasons why it doesn't, one of the advantages it doesn't have is just projection. You cannot put air into the flugelhorn the same way you do a trumpet. Trumpet players who play flugelhorn know this. Trumpet players who don't play flugelhorn and just put a mouthpiece on it and just go, they don't know that. Flugelhorn, but the thing is, flugelhorn is an instrument that is, the reason why I'm not putting it in B tier is because flugelhorn has such, dude, look at history and look at now. The instrument has such a widely appreciated win streak in every class that it's in. The problem is, when you put a flugel, here's the thing, guys. Here's the easiest way to understand why I put flugel where I put it. Instruments in A tier get outclassed by instruments in S tier. Why? You can put a trumpet in a flugelhorn situation if they're built different, like Marquise Hill, right? Or like Theo Hill, Theo Croker. You cannot put flugelhorn in trumpet situations. You just can't. Prove me wrong. You cannot. You cannot do that. It's unfortunate. You just can't do that. You can't put you try to take a flugelhorn to a second line. Like, bro, you ain't calling nobody. You trying to call somebody to bed. What you doing? What you calling somebody to bed? I can't put flugel above guitar, Arson. I can't. I cannot put flugel above vocal. I cannot put flugel above guitar. Because flugel gets outclassed by trumpet. Flugel does not command the room the same way a vocalist does. And it's not as versatile as the vocalist or a guitarist. And there are also more vocalists and more guitarists out there to help push the instruments into their respective classes. Flugel's still an A tier instrument. But it's not higher. It's not S tier. It's not an S tier instrument. Flugel does not win games on its own. You cannot show up to a gig and play an entire gig on flugel of diverse music. You can't do it. You can play flugelhorn, roll, and trumpet. Whenever you're in a big band and trumpet players are like, in the band director or whoever is like, bring your flugels. If you don't have a flugel, that sucks, but play in the bill. Maybe like muffle, whatever. Play in the stand. If somebody says, bring your trumpet to the big band, we need a lead trumpet player. Who was a lead flugel? Who is a lead flugel? What? Bro, lead flugel. Bro, We got Maynard Ferguson on lead flugel. My boy playing the softest, cleanest double C's. Just like I mean, like, bro, you don't want to blast in the flugelhorn. You just don't want to do that. Like, the instrument doesn't do that. But anyway, all right, ukulele, specifically ukulele. I mean, you got to put it next to the mandolin. It's the same thing, you know, but I guess it's easier. I don't know. They're interchangeable. I don't know. Whatever. They're both interchangeable to me. Lap steel guitar, I also have to put down here. I'm biased. I really love lap steel guitar, but the only reason it's here is because you technically can play chromatic, but if you want to play it properly, you gotta like not play the slide. I don't know, like putting flugelhorn above trombone is crazy. I disagree. But you also said you wanted trombone in S tier, so I'm not really concerned about. Okay, we're starting to get some interesting picks here. Snare drum. I mean, let's put it in D tier. Just straight up snare drum, straight up bass drum. New Orleans. I guess if you're in New Orleans, then yeah. I mean, yeah, but every single percussion instrument that is on the drum set gets outclassed by drum set. So, hear me out. Timpani is not going in Just Give Up tier. Have you seen like Ngoma drums, or have you seen timpanis being or tom toms or timpanis being tuned? Put it with single crash? Nah, bruh. I mean, like, you know what? The thing is, there's documented history of Chauncey Morehouse playing jazz on timpani. We've seen that it's possible to do, and it's a pitched instrument. It's hard. Can I really put it on Just Give Up? I don't want to tell somebody to give up their dreams of being a jazz timpani player. What if you like, bro, pan flute? I was about to say give up on pan flute, and somebody proved me wrong. Nah, Jazzy Ginger. The thing is, snare drum by itself is D, because if it's gonna be a choice between snare drum and drum set, you're not gonna go with a snare drum. Like, if it's gonna be a choice of no drums in a drum set, me personally, even I'm gonna go no drums. Like if it's snare drum, like if it's drum set or snare drum, no drums, I'm going no drums. If drum set is not available. Because there's again, bass clears. Bass plus piano can clear. I don't need a snare drum. Snare at least in C, I don't know. It's like you're not gonna pursue a career. The thing is, in C, you can anything above C, you can still go for it. You can still like pursue a career with these instruments. I don't know anyone who is pioneering a jazz snare drum career. Like, I just don't. Snare plus crack. You're making a drum set. guys. Oh, what if we? Hey guys, but if you showed up to a session, one person's on the cymbals, and one person's on the drums. I mean snare drum, and one person's on the bass drum. You just made a drum set. What? This is the innovation in the patch 2.0 meta that killed these individual instruments. These instruments all got killed by this. Since 2.0, not a single person. Bro, if we're doing a patch 1.0 tier list, yeah, let's put all these percussion instruments be up there in S tier. You're making a drum set. So no, I can't reliably say that, unfortunately. Sitar? Bro, if I'm putting lap steel guitar in C, I gotta put sitar in C. I have to put it in C. Like I can't like. Yeah, no, Arson, you're right about that. Snare is the top of D tier. Bass drum though, I can't put bass drum at the top, bro. I can't put bass drum at the top of. Yeah, sitar. Yeah. Bro, solo bass drum. You just show up to the gig, you just ready to go, bro. And we're talking again, we're not talking about foot pedal. That was the innovation. We're talking mallets, guys. We're talking boom, 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 boom. Like we're talking mallet, double mallet, over the waist bass drum. Okay, the Energizer Bunny bass drum, New Orleans bass drum. All right, like that's what we're talking about here. Snare drum, yeah, but you're not pursuing a jet. Like I don't ever see. Here's the thing. The reason why I can't put snare above is because the people that are gonna be called, like, if you bring a snare drum to a gig, there's a very, very low chance that you just play snare drum. You probably are. It's probably because there's no room in the bar or there's like a noise ordinance. So you're just taking the snare drum off of your drum set. You're just taking it off of the kit. If you had an option, you would just go to the kit. But with no option, it's like, okay, like the solo instrument by itself does not have a place in the modern meta. It just doesn't. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You're not pulling up the smalls with just a snare. Chromatic snare drum is crazy. But yeah, accordion. Ooh, interesting. So accordion has had I think out of all the instruments on the tier list, probably the biggest glow up has been accordion. Or like one of the biggest glow ups. But before we get to accordion, let's get to pipe organ. Sorry. I know y'all don't like this, but sorry. Like, just sorry. I know that this makes a lot of people upset, but just don't. You know what? Arson, you're right. If I'm putting pipe organ down here, I'm putting timpani down here too. But above crash cymbal. I'm putting it above crash cymbal. Like, maybe you can try pushing the timpani if you want, but no, I can't. I forgot pipe organ existed, so I can't. If I'm putting timpani up there, then pipe organ would have to go up. So, look at that. You are wrong. You have not played enough with the power of a church organ. Fire up that bad boy in a cathedral. Try to play anything faster than the eighth note. Do it. Try. Try me. Rip giant steps on a pipe organ right now. Go do it. Pipe organ patch on this. Here's the thing, guys. Keep electric keyboard, like electric keyboard. This is like here. It's above guitar. No, it's right there. Keyboard is like right below guitar. The reason why is because like guitar, the electric piano in jazz, it started off as being a substitute for the like a portable piano, but then it got its own sound. But it's a very situational sound. It's a situational sound. You can put a pipe organ patch on this. This instrument can. Any of these instruments in the list can be emulated by this thing. Everybody telling me about Shuby Taylor does not need to tell me about Shuby Taylor, guys. Well, I guess you don't know me, but it's fine. Sweet do spla, do straw, do shraw, do spla, do flaw, do raw, sleep up and blah. Come on, bro. How did I not know about Shuby Taylor? But anyway, same thing goes for okay. I was talking about accordion, right? So accordion in the current meta only. This is hard, but in the current meta only, it's gotta be. I hate it. I hate doing this because it's such a beautiful instrument. It deserves better than this. It's like here. It's like here. It's a B tier instrument. Like, just because it doesn't outclass the keyboard, it doesn't outclass the guitar. It's a beautiful situational sound. It's the same thing with like vibes. It's a situational thing. You have to build a comp around it. It cannot play well with the other instruments in the comp. It fights too much. It must be a replacement for a comping instrument. Yeah, if it's above the bass trombone, because the bass trombone is a pure support instrument. You can do things on it solo wise, but you're gonna it gets outclassed by trombone in every way. It's harder to play than trombone, and it's still a heavy. Trombone has the benefit of being like a pseudo heavy. It's like a medium heavyweight. The thing that keeps it heavy, closer to heavy than medium, is the fact that it's you have to break the speed limit. You have to break the natural speed limit to play fast. It naturally is an instrument that wants to be slower. But the bass trombone is just a less versatile instrument than the trombone. Unless you're playing in a big band, then it has its own role. Then it's higher because it has its own role. It combos well with the baritone set. Bass trombone bari combo is like one of the best support things in the entire game. If you're speccing it to larger team games, it's great. They go hand in hand. They're both A tier. But in the current meta, right? In the current small group PvP meta, the instrument doesn't hold up to trombone. It just doesn't. Please, to the person who's been asking the same question for the past 45 minutes, I will explain all the saxes soon. I've already talked about Barry earlier, so please be patient. Thank you very much. Bongo. Okay, so congas and bongo. These instruments are pushed by, if this was a Latin jazz tier list, these would go way higher. But I gotta put them here. Like, bongo, I gotta put it at the bottom. Like, no one's really pushing bongo. Congas have a different, well, hold on. Let me adjust this. They gotta go here. Just because technically, even outside of pure straight ahead jazz, even outside of Latin jazz and pure Latin jazz, there are musicians like Dizzy Gillespie and Freddie Hubbard that have used congas and bongo in straight ahead jazz context in their bands. And there are people that still do that, and they're still viable. So it's like it doesn't hold up here, but the reason why congas and bongo are above just pure snare drum and bass drum is because there's no bongo or conga on a drum set. They're support percussion. Like, these are support percussion. They work. They're valuable. I'm actually so convinced about the viability of these. I'm putting them in B tier. I'm putting them at the bottom of B tier, actually. Hot take. Well, Arson, here's the thing. All right, you know what? This is 2026 8.5 meta. You're right. I'll say that. If this was a jazz history meta, not a chance. Because there's a lot of bongo. There's a lot of bongo in 40s jazz, especially in Dizzy Gillespie's band, Machito Afro-Cubans. Like, there's actually a lot of bongo in early Latin jazz. Not just like they're not interchangeable instruments, but they're both basically, I can't put one over the other, really, but they have their place in even straight ahead jazz. Like, there is, like, if you get someone who really knows how to swing, there is that conga. It's really bad when they don't know how to swing, and it's like with the chinkading. Then that's why it can't go any higher than this. But they add a different flavor, a very modern sounding, fresh feel that brings a sound of like almost like fusion to straight ahead. That's not electric fusion, but it's a new type of jazz fusion. It's a really, really cool sound that I think is very underrated, and a lot of people don't give enough. A lot of people don't put percussion in their straight ahead bands enough. Arson, that we're not getting into that right now. That actually has little to do with the conga drum. Yeah, exactly. Walk-in bass plus congas and no drums is a classic. It's a thing, man. Not again. The reason why I'm putting it up here is because it's still widely used. So yeah, I think that's a fair placement. I think they deserved their place in, like, because the thing is, you can pursue a career as a jazz percussionist. Specifically these percussion instruments, though. Not like general percussion, like, let's put this here. Like, not like general percussion or like a snare drum, just or a crash cymbal, just give up. Like, if it's you know what I'm saying? But these are actual additions to bands, to plenty of straight ahead bands, and it's pretty, and it still survives. It adds nice, you know, like texture and stat buffs. So, we haven't talked about B3 yet. Again, set your bias aside, guys. Set your bias aside. All right? B3 in the current meta, I think it's fair to put B3 it can't be an S tier. It can't be. It can't be an S tier instrument because, again, like we'll talk about that in a second. It cannot be an S tier. But it can be an A tier. This instrument suffers too much from logistics. It just suffers too much from logistical issues. Like, not only does it suffer from logistical issues, but if you want an optimal... The thing that it has going for it is that it technically can win games. Technically can win games on its own, right? It can do a lot. But guys, for the same reasons that instruments like bassoon, bassoon is B tier for a bassoon is pretty high. This thing should be in D or just give up. But being in B tier is pretty ridiculous. Like, the reason why is the same reason why organ is also not an S tier, because you have to be built different to carry the room by yourself on an organ. You just have to be built different. Utility wise, you're not going to get called over a piano player. You won't even get called over a keyboard player, because the keyboard can emulate the B3 sound. So again, it's not like it's not good. It's not good, but like it's not a good sound. But anything above the keyboard needs to do something that the keyboard cannot do. And I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't a whole lot over here in these instruments that's left that can go all above the keyboard. There's not a lot here that can do that. I'm just gonna say that straight up. So, the organ suffers from logistical and timbral issues. The organ is a beautiful instrument that it has the same issue as the vibes, where the band needs to play around it. The instrument, it doesn't offer significant enough support without taking up a significant amount of space. Yeah, exactly, Arson. Yeah, that's the thing. And I know everybody loves, again, this is not a what instrument do you like the most tier list. This is a what are the most viable instruments in the current meta tier list. And the reason why organ is above vibes and, you know, like still above all the other instruments is because, yeah, it does all the things that, spoiler alert, an S tier instrument can do, which is carry the room, support, play chords, it can, when it's gone, you really feel it when it's gone. You know what I'm saying? But the thing, and also the other advantage it has over vibes, notwithstanding, is that it can play bass. It can play bass. Usually in organ trios, for those of you who don't know, the organ replaces the bass function as well. I mean, dude, Phil Wilkinson, who, like, somebody that, like, you know, I'm partnered with, you know, not literally partnered. We don't have a contract, but, like, I'm really, like, into supporting his stuff. You know, like, he has an entire website, an entire brand built around no bass organ trio backing tracks, because he can do that, and they're swinging as hell. They're amazing. But the skill floor for organ is through the roof. You need to do 3 things at once if you're going to fulfill that function. It's one of the hardest. It's just, if you want to have a chance to fit in the meta, that's hard. Also, here's the thing. We're talking about the instrument not as a double, but as a standalone instrument. Good luck finding a club that has a B3 organ in it. That if you're gonna spec into the B3 as an instrument, that thing needs to travel. Or you need to be the best to the point where you have, like, a whole team around you that's bringing organs to every single venue. How likely is it that a venue's gonna have a keyboard in it? Very easy. What if you have a bass player but you just want to have like an organ sound on something? Put an organ sound on the keyboard patch. It's there. It's not the best, but this meta is not about being the best. You can be the best, bro. You can be the absolute best freaking bro. There's a Damien tier, a pan flute tier. You can be the best pan flute player in the entire world and still not get called for gigs because it's you still gotta be a special. You still have to be built different, and you still have to convince people to want that. So the organ just suffers from logistical issues. That's the only reason why it's there. It would be higher if there was more sonic applications for it. If it didn't take up the entire sound palette of every song, like a song, the amount of songs you can write for keyboard and piano. Right? The amount of songs, which are, we're talking about, the amount of songs you can write for keyboard and piano are endless. The amount of songs you write for organ, you're writing for organ. You're writing for organ. So because it's such a specialist instrument, it goes in A tier. If there's any type of caveat like that to the instrument, it can't go higher. Keytar. I mean, come on, bruh. Like, for real? Like, keytar, bro? Like, I mean, like, keytar. It's, I mean, if we're going off of like, if we're going off of viability to like play, like it's not a bad instrument, but you're not in the meta competitive. Good luck finding a team that's gonna call you to play keytar. This is like, really? I mean. Nah, it's C tier, bro. It's the top of C tier. Not even. I can't put this above tuba. I can't put a keytar above a tuba. You serious? There's no. In what world in the jazz meta can I put a keytar above a tuba? I'm sorry, bro. I can't do that. Ryan, this is not a 7.0 patch tier list, Ryan. Sorry. This is not a slat synth tier list. It's S tier in Fusion. Of course, in Fusion it's S tier. Sorry, Ryan. But it's literally just like, it's so random. Yeah, like people are saying in chat, it's so it's such a random instrument. Like, it's very random. All right, button accord, like, not even like, what is this instrument called again? Concertina, or like random. Shut up. You know what? No. It can still play chords. It can still. Are we calling this a concertina or are we calling this a button accordion? If it's a button accordion, this goes like up here. If it's a button accordion, but like if it's a concertina, like, come on, bro. Like, you can try. I mean, like, you can try, bro. I mean, like. Could do something. Oh yeah, triangle. Wait. Am I putting triangle below didgeridoo? No. Quads. Okay, cajon. Very interesting. Cajon's got to go in C tier though. Just because, like, I mean, cajon gets outclassed by the bass drum of the drum set. It gets outclassed by the snare drum of the drum set. It gets outclassed by the percussion instruments because you don't want to have a cajon taking up the bass frequencies from the bass drum anyway, and you would only be playing like 20% of the instrument if you want. And even then, 50% of the instrument sounds like the drum set of the snare drum. 50% of the instrument sounds like the drum set's bass drum. Like, it sounds like the snare and the bass. So it's like, you can, it's fine, it's fun, but you can't really, first of all, you can't even really swing on it. Like, you can, but it's not gonna, it's its own thing, you know? It's not worse than a concertina, but yeah, cajon is a busking instrument. Yeah, exactly. Didgeridoo has to remain the bottom of Give It Up tier. It's literally one note. All right, so what do we do with the quads? I mean, my quads are recovering from leg day. But what do we do with quads? Give up? Like, I guess we got to put them here, too. Above timpani? Nah, timpani can play melodies, bro. Timmy can play melodies. Did this dude in chat, GX, just say that quads can comp? Tell me what world are you calling a quad player straight from marching band to comp on Donna Lee? Where they at? Show me them. Show me. Show me. All right, sopranino saxophone. Mosquito. We love Mosquito, right? We love Mosquito, but I mean, let's be real. This thing doesn't really have. It's a B tier saxophone, bro. It's better than a. It's better than a freaking C melody in one, like, you know, in the meta right now, just from the modern meta. Like, yes, I am pushing. I am single-handedly pushing the sopranino. There's other players. I am pushing it in the meta. Yes, but no one's making sopraninos. Like, barely, even Ishimori. I bet they're probably getting flooded with orders for them. Like, no one's making these things. No one's gonna call a sopranino. No one's calling a saxophone player, an alto player, to double on sopranino instead of flute. No, they're gonna call you to double on flute. No one's writing for sopranino. Like, it's not happening. Soprano saxophone, though. Current meta. Yeah, it's not S tier, guys. Sorry, it's A tier. I gotta put it. I can't put it above the vocals. I can't put soprano above the vocals. It's a high A. It's under the vocals. Soprano's there. Like, it's not. The thing about soprano is that it's still a specialist instrument to this day. It's, even though it's a cool instrument and a lot of people like to play it, it's still a specialist instrument. Like, it's one of the, and it's even a double. Like, alto players double on it. There are a lot of people pioneering this instrument, but it suffers from the fact that it's just very situational. I disagree that it's a double, like that it's just a double, but it's just that the instrument doesn't have a range that it's too lightweight. It's in between. It's not lightweight enough to compete. Like, the only reason why, guys, it sucks because the only reason why soprano is higher than flute is because it's a saxophone. Saxophones have an inherent genetic buff by being a saxophone. It sucks. They're overtuned. Saxophones have become way too overtuned. They rule the meta. Saxophones rule the meta. It sucks. Just being a saxophone automatically makes you better. Even something like bass sax that no one plays, it just makes you better. But if it was not a saxophone, it would suffer the issue of not having enough of a listenable attack range. Because the higher register of the instrument gets really annoying after like mid-game. Like, you can't be up there too long. And even then, the soprano has a very low barrier of entry. Very easy instrument to start, but very high skill ceiling to sound good on it. Too many people don't sound good on this instrument. Therefore, it doesn't get called often enough in teams as a solo instrument. It also does not have the ability that the range. Like, okay, spoiler alert. And this is not me being biased. Okay? This is not me being biased. Alto is above trumpet. And I'm explaining why. This is not me being biased. It's just facts. Because the saxophone outclasses trumpet in some very specific things. But not because it can do them better, it can do them easier. Oh God, everybody says bias. I know, but like I know you know I'm real. You know I'm right about it. But anyway, let's talk about this. This is current meta. This isn't New Orleans 2.0 patch meta where the alto saxophone is barely existing. It's like a C tier instrument. This is modern 8.5 meta. But the thing about soprano is that the register of soprano, right? Like, and I have my instruments here. The register of the soprano the range that you want to play a melody in naturally, like it's a natural singing, comforting melody, you don't have enough notes. You just don't have enough notes. Like, in order to play in the comfortable range of the instrument, you have to start veering into the like slightly annoying territory. And no matter how well you sound, it's a nice, cool, beautiful sound, but that's kind of as high as you want to go. That's pretty limiting. That's pretty limiting, right? You start going, it's starting to get, no matter how well I practice on the instrument, it's an instrument that you come to play as a specialist situation. I'm playing this because I want to cry out. I'm playing this because I really enjoy this sound, and I'm taking this out on a specific situation. Unless you're unless you're Steve Lacy or Stacy Dillard, even then, he still brings both. Like, you're not really playing an entire gig on soprano. I don't know anyone that only calls a soprano player, like a pure soprano player. Especially not over a vocalist. It's just not going to happen. Like, it's just not going to happen. Why above Barry? For the exact same reason. But okay, man, you really, why? I just realized, I don't want to answer if it's like, if I'm being pestered. Like, I don't like being led into answering questions like this. But the thing about, because I'm going to explain the whole saxophone family in a second. Once again, Barry suffers from the same issue that soprano has on the other end of the spectrum. You're good. Barry suffers from the same issue. I'll explain this. It's fine. Barry suffers from the same issue as soprano in the other direction. It's too low, and the range, and it's worse than soprano because it doesn't cut. So because it doesn't even, it's a pure support instrument in an ensemble setting. In a solo setting, it competes too much with the lower frequencies of the other band in the register that it wants to play in. In the register that it wants to play in, it competes too much with the other frequencies. Whereas trombone, the only reason why it's above, like saxophone, Barry is above trombone is specifically because it's a saxophone. It can still play more things. But you know what? I'm almost tempted, though. I think I might correct myself. Trombone has to go higher than Barry. There are still technically, I would argue there's still more trombone players than Barry. And also, trombone players... Also, just trombone players have too many things going for them. Like, you put 4 trombones together, it's great. You put 4 baritone saxophone players together, what are you doing? Why would you even think to do that? Why would you do, like, what are you doing? Where's the Barry ensemble? Where's the Barry section? Like, what? Bro, imagine a freaking big band, 4 trumpets, 4 trombones, and 5 Barry saxes. Like, what? Exactly, Megaspark. I love that. 3 of them are playing in the upper register. That is not a tenor sax, sir. That is a C melody saxophone. Speaking of tenor sax, why don't we talk about tenor sax? Guys. This thing, huh? Where does this beautiful gal go? Or husky handsome man? Where does this thing go? You know what? Special treat for those of you who tuned in this long to the stream. Start a poll. Who wins? Vote now. I'm not going to go based on you guys' pick, by the way. I'm just saying, I'm curious what you think. Because there's 2 different ways we can look at this. There's 2 different ways we can look at this instrument. And you're going to be surprised at what I think. Because remember this. This is meta 8.5. This is not even the early day. This is not even the early 8.0 meta. This is 8.5. Think about it. Think about it. I want y'all to think about it. And then after you think about it, I'm going to show you why. Spoiler alert. I'm going to end the poll. Spoiler alert. Spoiler from Angel Bay wins. Guys. Amina got it. Amina got the ding, ding, ding. Amina also got it. So there's a reason, and it's not bias. It's not bias. Guys, first of all, we're in an 8.5 meta. Not only do most people start on Alto, it's also the only, like, everybody keeps telling me. One of the most common things I see in the chat is tenor can play in Alto range, in Altissimo. Guys, Alto can play notes in the tenor range and notes in the soprano range. And it can do them convincingly without any timbral issues. Alto also historically is the only saxophone that we know of that has a pure ability to be a lead and a unit support with the trumpet, which is the best brass instrument in the game. The alto trumpet combination is completely unbeatable. Tenor trumpet combination has not seen the same results in history. Literally, the entire 4.0 was ruled and dominated by alto and trumpet. That has not changed. Some people saying tenor trumpet combo low-key better. This is personal preference. Arson, I know exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Bird and Diz, really? Bird and Diz? Arson, think about the bands. What was our Blakey's first band? What was our Blakey's first band? Do you remember the band with Lou Donaldson in it? Playing alto? What was it? Was it Lou Donaldson and Clifford? Wait, who was it? Let me see. Art Blakey. Or was it Kenny Dorham? Was it Kenny Dorham and Lou Donaldson? Clifford, right? It was Clifford, right? Yeah, Clifford, bro. The amount of alto trumpet combinations in history is it's unmatched. It's the absolute most common support frontline duo in jazz history. It's the most common. And it's honestly patch 4.0's fault. Sorry, it's patch 4.0's fault. It is unfortunately patch 4.0's fault. Patch 4.0 ruined, it killed everything. It killed patch 3.0. Tenor was undefeated. Tenor and clarinet were like basically the two. They were like kind of undefeated. Trumpet's been S tier. Trumpet's been S tier since the beginning of the game. It's just absolutely the beginning of the game. But tenor as an instrument, alto can do tenor's job. Tenor cannot do alto's job. It's still an S tier instrument. Every instrument up here wins games. There's no question about it. I can't put tenor above trumpet just because of the sheer versatility of the trumpet of the S instrument. Yeah, you can tell me. Yeah, waiting for. Yeah, you can. Yep, tell me. But yeah, Clifford and Harold Land, Benny Lee Golson, all of them are playing in different octaves. Beautiful sounds. Beautiful sounds. But alto and trumpet have a timbral advantage. Plus, the other thing is, alto is a more common instrument in the 8.5 meta than tenor. Globally, around the world. Right now, alto is the most common saxophone played. When did 8.5 drop? I would say 8.5 dropped probably after the pandemic. I just didn't talk about it as much in 2023. But I'd say the pandemic was a beta test. The pandemic was a beta test for patch 8.5. But I'd say 8.5 really started kicking in like maybe last year, 2 years ago. But yeah, bro. That leaves only before I continue on with the placement of where piano's gonna go in this whole equation, because you still have to understand where that goes. So tenor as an instrument, and I'll play both to give you an example. Because like you can't say, well, you're not really a good tenor player. It's like, I mean, I play both. Okay. Great. Let's deal with this thing. Oh, where's my next rap? Right here. Well, my read sucks, but whatever. Like, yeah, you can do it, but why would you want to do that? Like, okay, let me play more modern sounding. Okay. Like, I can do it. Oh, bias. Oh my God. Oh, bias. Guys, what would you rather listen to? Would you rather listen to a nice husky alto or a super squealy tenor? This is the 8.5 meta. The meta is changing. The alto players are coming up right now. This is not the same as it was years ago. Bro, guys, 7.0, even for beginning of 8.0, 7.0, 6.0, 5.0, tenor dominated meta. Tenor OP, tenor above alto and every 4.0 meta? Nah, that was an alto meta. Like, we know that. That was the best instrument in the game, basically, besides, whatever. But nowadays, it's starting to change a little bit. It's changing. The other thing about alto is that if we're talking about, obviously, like a versatility standpoint, right? The other thing about alto is that if we're talking from a purely technical standpoint, alto teaches you skills about the saxophone that tenor doesn't. Players who play alto have a better chance at learning how to play the other saxophones than players who play just tenor. And right now, the most popular and the leading players in the meta for right now in 8.5 for saxophone are alto players. Sure, we will love to talk about this in the history books, and you'll understand why I'm saying this. Regardless of how you feel about the sound of the instrument and even the stats, you can argue they trade blows, bro. It's very close. It's like 51-49. Sure, I can agree with you in that way. Alto edges that out, specifically because of the meta we're in right now. And that's just how it is. It's just unfortunate. But anyway, I'm not going to deal with this. It's just slide guitar. I mean, should I slide guitar? Really? It doesn't matter. I don't know. Who cares? Piano, the final instrument. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been an incredible time. It's a little harder to do this for this meta because, again, there's a lot of things to consider. But we made it through, and we got to the last instrument. So, piano in the jazz meta, in jazz, where does the final instrument sit in this tier list? Where does the instrument sit? Some of y'all might have already peeped. Oh yeah, let's put it in pamphlets here. No, some of y'all might have already peeped where I was gonna go with this. But yeah, it's the best. It clears. Piano is single-handedly the one instrument it just clears every instrument in the game. There's not a single situation. I can't think of a single situation where piano doesn't just win the game. It's the only instrument, the only one on the list, by the way. It's the only instrument that can quite literally clear by itself in every situation. That's fine. You don't have to agree, Arson. But it's the best support instrument in the game. Like it's like neck and neck with bass for that. But it's the best support instrument in the game. It's the only instrument that can play in every situation solo, right? It's the only instrument that can play in most rooms solo, by the way, as well. It can deliver powerful and emotional melodies of different styles. It can support every single instrument, and it works and meshes with nearly every single instrument on this list, including accordion. No other instrument can say that. Organ and accordion cannot mesh together unless they're playing exactly the same notes and then some crazy frequency stuff happens. But piano and accordion is actually a combination that has happened and works, and it's actually very good. Guitar and piano have a history of working together. Piano, if you want to add any type of overpowered support and buffs to your group, all you got to do is throw a piano in it. But Arson, we talked about this though. Like we already talked about this. Bass, like all these instruments in S tier can clear a room, right? By themselves. Well, these instruments down here clear a room for a different reason. Because everybody gonna walk out. But these instruments can clear and can win. They just clear. These instruments all clear. All these instruments kind of clear, right? Or if they don't clear on their own, they're either OP because they have the best attack stats in the game. Like absolutely. Like alto, trumpet, and tenor have the best attack stats of any horn in the game. It's just facts. It's just they're either, and not just attack stats, but they're everything else about them is just overtuned. Like these instruments are just way too overtuned. The only reason why trumpet's not higher than alto, only reason trumpet's not higher than alto is because of the skill floor. The instrument requires you to practice. Alto does not require you to practice. The only reason why trumpet's above tenor is because trumpet still has more use case scenarios for certain styles of music that alto can actually still technically fit in. Not all of them, but trumpet and alto can be interchangeable within their respective categories. Tenor and trumpet and tenor and alto are not interchangeable in that way. So but the piano as an instrument, like you said, there are chordless situations. I mean, there's a bunch of different. There's drumless situations too. There's bassless situations. Dave Brubeck Take 5, right? There's like there's so many different situations that these instruments they don't have to exist in. However, the reason why I'm putting piano up here is you can do a band with bass and drums. That is kind of OP. You can do that. Bass and drums with any of these instruments playing together, this is a band, right? But these instruments have to work that much harder when there's no quarter instrument there. Because the harmony buff that is natural and inherent to a chordal instrument is gone now. And the audience has to do a lot of work as well. You're kind of hoping that the audience messes up. You have to basically hope the audience lets you like leave some openings for you if you play chordless trio. You do not have to do that if you take the drums away and do piano bass sax, piano bass trumpet, piano bass sax. You don't have to do that. Piano can clear by itself. It's the only instrument up here that can clear. If you're telling me you don't agree with piano being up here, you're telling me that the bass and the drums or any of these other instruments can fulfill the same role that piano can. Meanwhile, piano can fulfill every single role on this list, except didgeridoo. I don't know, bro. Maybe I don't know. Like rumble a little bit in the left hand, but piano can basically take every single role on the instrument on the list. That's why it's OP, and that's why I made my decision. That's it. Here it is, guys. You want to look at it? Here's your tier list. Screenshot it, share it, whatever. I don't think Arson. Let's talk. Let's have a post-stream discussion in the Discord where you all should join. Everybody, go. If there's some mods if there's some mods out here, if you go ahead and post the Discord link, we'll really appreciate it. It's because to me it's really funny that the other day you were saying that bass is like the easiest instrument or something like that. Or like you're saying bass instrument, but you're also saying it like clears piano, which is like what? Like I don't think bass does not clear piano in any stretch of the imagination. But thank you, I appreciate it for posting that, guys. If you want to support me on Patreon, I'm getting very busy these days, but I got some surprises for you. So patrons are gonna get some surprises with some new music coming soon, and I appreciate it. And also, there will be no stream tomorrow if you're watching this in real time. There will be a stream on Tuesday where we'll be going over maybe patch 4.0 or 2.0, either one of those. Let me know what patches you want me to go over. Share this with your friends. Share this with your band directors. Share this with anybody who's interested in trying to fuse the worlds of jazz and gaming together to better help and understand jazz history and jazz education. And don't play hurdy-gurdy. Or do. I don't know. Who cares? But, oh yeah, Steel Pan was on here. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, honorary mentions. Let's do some honorary mentions too. Steel Pan should get an honorary mention on here because Steel Pan is a beautiful instrument. If I were to put Steel Pan on here, for the modern meta, I'd put it somewhere in B. Because it is a viable instrument. It's great. But you have to build a comp around it. You know, and any instrument that you have to build a comp around doesn't really stand up to the rest of the instruments, unfortunately. But Arson, yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is really cool. Most viewers on stream, I think this channel's ever had. So clearly you guys like this type of stuff. If you want to see more stuff like this, go ahead and comment. I'm gonna leave this hopefully it doesn't unlist the replay. Okay, no, wait, okay. I'm gonna leave this up for everybody to watch. This is like the first one, so I'll leave this up. If you like it, be sure to share this. Please like. If you're not subscribed, there's a percentage of you all that watch my videos that are not subscribed, so it would really help a lot to bring the channel up. If you want to subscribe to this and join the Discord to talk, let me know if there's any suggestions for more content like this that you want, or maybe there's some you want me to expand on other metas. Like I might do like a meta breakdown, you know, talking about the history of jazz through the different metas and what playstyles were the most viable and why we entered and left certain metas with the patch notes and patch updates and stuff like that. So if you like that kind of stuff, great, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go eat some chili that I made. You all just go hang out in the Discord. I'll be there or wherever. But yeah, appreciate you guys. This is awesome. Have a good night. And shout out to all my pan flute players. The one, Damian Dragisi Supremacy. All right. Peace out, everybody. Bye.